Hello! Hi, Gwen! I'm so happy to see you. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Hello. I know stream's late. I'm allowed to be late. It's my birthday. Y'all might not be allowed to be late, but I can be late. New PFP? I've had one for a while now. It's done been there, but to be fair, I haven't streamed for a while either. Um, oh, did that get? Oh, never mind. I am multi-streaming for the first time to both TikTok and Twitch through Streamlabs. Like I've done it before on my phone or whatever. Um, I hadn't actually done it through Streamlabs. It's so weird. The chat in Streamlabs is like delayed. Like it'll pop up here before it shows up in the Streamlabs chat. And that's fucking hilarious to me. And I was like, am I losing my mind? Because I was setting up and I saw here pop up like rar from Lucas, but I couldn't see it in the chat, and then I went like continued doing my setting up thing and came back, and then I could see it and I was like, what the fuck? Also because I haven't streamed so long, and I've in the evenings when I've been very much so done with with doing school stuff, I've been like making some improvements to streams and adding some new things and messing around in general. Some of my stuff is messed around. I also cannot enable streamer mode while having dual output. So like my stream oh my god, stream scene, like the one that has a game in it, the game one, not the stream one, that's what I meant to say, whatever. Um some things are missing and some things have been moved, and I vaguely remember that I was going to put things back and I was going to change some stuff, except I never did. And um and now it's kind of a mess. So if we want to stream a game, you're just going to have to look at me behind the scenes messing around. Also, I'm glad you like the new PFP. It's the purple. I feel like there's been a lot of purple, and that picture was really old. Like my previous profile picture was very on theme, but I want to add more purple to my stuff, which is also why I've been messing around with my scenes and with my overlays and things. And you'll see, especially when I actually come back to streaming. Um, but I want to add more purple. Also, that picture was literally like a year and a half old when I started streaming, so now it's like 2 years. Wait, no, not. I don't know anymore. I know it was taken very soon after I got my eyebrow piercings, and that's like in November, I believe. So like that was my only like vague idea of what the fuck. Other than that, I don't remember. Also, the stream timer is still there. Do you think we'll ever get rid of it? I'm joking. I like that it's there. I just today's plan is actually gonna try to stream that entire time. And then work in the night, I guess. I don't know. Also, there was a follow. There was a follow before I actually started stream when I was messing around. Greg Billy, if you're still in chat, thank you so much for that follow and welcome to the Fruit family. We also have a thing that's like actually it did pop up, but I was like, God damn it, I'm not live yet. But you'll see it. You'll probably see it later, hopefully. I feel I'm happy today. I have reason to be, and I think that's good. And I really missed streaming, but like technically we have a lot of time for the finals, except I've literally been working on the same presentation for 4 days. I'm losing my mind. I'm also very worried that um I started making that presentation like I gathered information for that presentation a little while ago, because I had three, like we basically got to pick our own topic, and I had three possible topics, and I did research on all three topics, and then I did more research on a different topic that I thought I was going to choose because it was kind of the most interesting to me. Except then when I looked more into it, I decided that it wasn't like the best fit for that subject. So I switched to this topic. that I'm doing now, which has to do with Greek textiles, specifically like their dyeing and decorating. I'm really focusing on the dye part because colors, and also because I got to read about plants and how they prepared those plants to like do the dyeing processes. Um, and the part that I'm talking about, the dyes and the plants, I got that down. I could probably tell you most of that like off the top of my head just by like glancing at the presentation points. Um, but when we go to like the decorating parts, that's where my knowledge kind of falls apart and the research kind of falls apart because I read three separate like really long scientific articles about this one finding site in fuck, I forgot where. Um, ooh, mango, hell yeah. Very fitting with your Discord thing. Um, I forgot the Kiwi the frog doesn't pop up here, so I was like, why did that message not pop up? Maybe that message should be set to be send a streamer. This piece of hair is in my face. So yeah, and I was reading this like article about the research that they had done on the findings of fabric in this one place, and they were three separate articles, but all about the same like findings basically. Every single one of those scientists drew their own conclusions, and it's not like I didn't agree with their conclusions, but I was like, that seems strange. And then I read another article. In fact, I spent a very long time reading this, like, it's not even an article, it's basically like a book. Um, and then I found out that pretty much all of that information wasn't actually based on Greek traditions and things, but on Roman ones. And the Romans did take a lot from the Greeks when it comes to this subject, as far as I can tell. But I also didn't really feel comfortable being like, I'm talking about Greeks, but this information is about the Romans. A lot of like the very specifics that I have about like what tools they used for dye, like the dyeing process basically, they come from Romans, but there's archaeological, not proof, but like evidence, that's the word, that the Greeks most likely used the same stuff. So I just kind of threw it in there, and I'm very afraid my teacher's going to ask a question because obviously he knows things about this subject too. And I'm just going to have put bullshit in there because there is so much conflicting research on the subject. And at this point, you can't even trust what you read because I'll read a summary of like a book. I did that. I read a summary of a book. I eventually read the parts of the book itself, but I read a summary of a book that I thought was written by someone who read the book. I was wrong. It was AI generated. That's not a joke. I actually had an issue where I would read something that I thought was a genuine article and it was like a little bit weird and there was like something kind of off about it, and then I would dig more into it or like read it over and I would realize that it doesn't sound like a human being wrote it. I had to I am still not sure about two of my like, I mean, they're kind of just journals about, people that are interested, that people that are interested in this wrote. I'm still not like 100% sure if all the information in there is like actually trustable, or if some of it's like fishy for, I mean, there's other reasons for information to be fishy, not just because it's AI generated, but genuinely, like, it's a bit sketch. My struggle is the most my leaves are like old. I mean, that's what happens when you write about Greece. Mine just conflict themselves too much. Like I will read something and I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I read this other thing that kind of said that too, and then I'll read this other article and it's like something completely different. In fact, I had a direct, not exactly a direct quote, but like the name of a tool specifically used for stirring the dye baths. I cannot pronounce it for the life of me. Um, but yeah, if you look up the name of that tool, first of all, Google things that you misspelled it, and second of all, it just shows you a keyboard company because it's a Greek company that makes keyboards and they have a super similar name, and Google's like, this is obviously the thing you're looking for because everybody looks for this. I had to add the words tool, dye, God knows what else to the end of the name of this tool to actually like find other articles that talked about it to make sure that that word wasn't just pulled out of its ass, because I was like, where did I read this? Because to be fair, I did that thing where I like just throw information from sources in there, and then I start sorting through it, and some of the information I no longer remember putting it in there, and I'm like, why is this sentence here? Um, but yeah, I literally was like, wait, is the name of this tool like fake? Is this not real? Because all I'm getting is fucking keyboards. Use Google Translate and try to translate beer because I don't know what it was, and it said it was beer. No, it was not. Oh yeah. Google Translate and even Thilda, which usually does like a fairly okay job at translating stuff, at least within context. Um, when there's a word that's like the name of something, um, but it's like it has a meaning you can translate it. It's not just like a name that you can't translate. Translators kind of just add Latvian endings to the word and like call it a day. It's a thing where you place a dead person on. Sounds so nice, but fair, yeah. There are a few words in my presentation that there's technically translations of, and sometimes in the presentation I do eventually put the translation, but I just put it in like quotes or in italics because I wasn't gonna like Tyrian purple. Which, first of all, information about that color in Latvian get absolutely fucked because there's not really a translation for that. I mean, kind of like tedious, but that's just basically making the word Latvian. It's not really like an official translation. Um, so when I try to look stuff about it, because it's like the most famous basic ancient dye that there is, um, and I tried to look it up specifically in Latvian to see if I could get some of the like termini, some of the phrases, some of the wording of it, like, oh, I was so confused. Wait, what? No, I'm still confused. Oh, I never changed this. I changed this guy a little bit, using a different program, and I apparently didn't save those changes to this scene. I actually have no idea what's currently happening with my stream scene. Like, I don't know what the chat's doing over there. I'm afraid that we're probably not gonna touch that. Anyways, hi Candy. I am so glad to see you. Thank you so much. I am excited. I think it's kind of funny because my grandmother, I know for a fact that when I turned 18, she was like, "You've reached adulthood or whatever, or maturity," and now she does it again, and I'm like, "Is it 18 or 21? Can you choose?" I know the world is confused, but you don't have to be like you can just choose which one you think it actually is. Because hey, now I believe I can drink legally in every country. I haven't actually looked that up. I should verify that. How are you doing, Candy? Now I'm going through it chronologically. I have 4 different Word documents of all my info because I have the original English. I have is supposed to turn up. Yeah, sure, I can do that. I have the original English. I have I think this is all. I can't tell. I can never tell if this shit's all the way up or down. Okay, now that's all the way up. I can turn it up even more, but I think this should be better. Chicken never got dressed. The youngest you can rent. That's what I thought. Oh fuck. Because I also know that Americans have that thing like you have to be 21 to rent a hotel. I have no idea how old you have to be to rent a hotel in this country. Never had a need for that in the slightest, so I don't know. Maybe we should find out. Um Also, I thought that like my internet was struggling with the dual output, and I think it's fine. But Twitter wouldn't open on my PC. Other websites would. Pretty sure. Yeah, that's what I thought. But like, can never be sure. Someone just comes up with like a random law and is like, it's like this now instead. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if that happened in this country. Hotels are at least 18, depending on the country. Yeah, no, that I know. I do know. No, what was that about? It was about renting something. Fuck, I can't remember. Might have been about cars. Where somewhere you can only rent a car if you've had your license for at least 5 years, regardless of how old you are, or something like that. I was like, that's I mean, like it's fair rule, but it's also kind of weird. I don't know. I keep I have a Discord channel that auto posts a message that I copy and paste into all the Discords that I'm in. And a few months ago, I was messing around with it and I added like some characters at the end of the link, or like space and then characters, because I couldn't tell if the message was actually refreshing. It doesn't, unfortunately, which sucks. But I keep forgetting to remove them, so every single time that I go to copy and paste it, I still have to delete the end because it's fucked up. I should really work on that. Like, just remember it actually would be helpful enough. I'm not tweeting from my phone because I like totally forgot that I didn't even tweet. Whoops. Don't worry about it. I cannot spell. Anyways, how is everybody doing today? I hope you guys have better weather than we do. Yesterday, it was super sunny, getting really warm. I was excited about it. Today, pouring rain and freezing outside. It's so nice. I feel it's great. I love it. It's so nice. Did I not? Two of my mutuals have like the exact same profile picture now, and I genuinely thought that I had already replied to their happy birthday message, but I just can't. Well, it's not that I can't see, it's just that I messed that one up a little bit. Whoops. Anyways, it's rainy here. We're back. Only just now received my Twitch notification stream. This is why we have the Discord notifications and the tweets, because Twitch notifications are all over the place. Especially like when was the last time I participated in an armada? It was a while ago. But anyways, the last time that I did, I had notifications on for virtually everybody that was on the armada, like before me. Um, because it was like a bunch of people that I actually interact with and stuff, and I do pop into their streams once in a while. And I was noticing that their like notifications were coming fairly late, and I was pretty sure that their slot had like already started and they have to be live before their slot. And then I checked and I literally got a notification that someone started to stream 3 hours after they started stream. And I was like, that's new. Oh, hello Bob in TikTok chat. How you doing? Welcome. This is bothering me. I took, well, realistically, I moved my tripod because I was cleaning my desk and I also realized my tripod itself was really dusty. And then I couldn't find it because I remember cleaning it, but I don't remember putting it back. And I was like, where did it go? And it was just like right there, like right next to me. Um, and I was like, I spent like 20 minutes looking for it. Whoops. That's what happens when I don't stream for a while. Everything, all knowledge goes out the window. I forget how to do everything. And it's like so. Sorry, I gotta pop up in camo. It's so like, I don't know. I get discombobulated because when I'm actively streaming, when I stream, every week at the very least, I get into a routine of it. Everything's kind of like automatic. I'm like, I need to do this, open these apps, do this. It's kind of, I don't really think about it. And then I stop for a little bit, and then I do need to think about it, or I completely forget. Okay, good luck, Lucas. I hope you, I hope you can be speedy. Knowledge really does just fly out the window when you don't stream. It does. When I started streaming, I had sticky notes on the bottom of my monitor to tell me, like the steps that I needed to remember to do. Like I needed to remember to change the name. I needed to remember to check my tags. Also, then there was a glitch with Streamlabs where it would get rid of your tags every single time, like you changed the stream info. What else was there? I don't even remember. Like, Oh yeah, refresh my camera source. Um, I can't remember the rest of the steps. There were more. I forgot to change. Oh yeah, change stream category. There are so many streams where like I didn't change the category, or back when I would like change tags for pretty much every single stream, I would like add extra things. I would just be streaming without tags often. I'm like, great, good job and stuff. I got better, but took a while. Sherlock Holmes had to make a movie discombobulate people. Not sure what that means. I feel like Sherlock Holmes. I mean, he's kind of discombobulated. It depends on which version of him, I guess. Because when someone says Sherlock Holmes, I think Benedict Cumberbatch. He was kind of a heroin, I believe, addict. So like, he's allowed to be a little discombobulated. I realized that for, I believe, at least the last 3 years. Oh, wait, yeah, totally, 3 years. It had been super sunny on my birthday, and this year it's pouring rain. I had to go into town because I got a package delivered. Apollo got his like anti-flea and tick collar, and I kept putting off the package because I thought that today I was gonna go to Riga, and then when I came back, I was already gonna be like kind of in the center, and I was just gonna go to the center, pick up the package, and come home. But since didn't have to go anywhere, kind of thankfully, not sure how I feel about it yet. We'll see when the exam gets rescheduled, and then I'll see how I feel about it. Um, but I was like, well, fuck, I have to go and pick it up now because I'm pretty sure it expires like tomorrow, and I'm gonna be fucking busy tomorrow with the goddamn presentation and God fucking forbid anatomy. Yikes. I'm scared. But yeah, so I was like, okay, fine, I'll just go. And then while I was there, I was like, oh, I kind of want to get like cake or something like that. And then all of the cake they had was very sad. And I was like, wait, they used to sell really great ice cream cake. They did not have ice cream cake. I ended up getting like regular ice cream cones because they look tasty. But then I also realized I could have probably made my own ice cream cake. But then I was like, I could turn back and go get ice cream for that because there's like jam and stuff at home. But I'm lazy, so I'm not gonna. I kind of regret that. But yeah, so I was walking between one store to the other because I got tea in one store and I was like, I'm gonna check ice cream cake in the other store. And while I was making that 2 minute at the most walk, it started pouring rain. Like it was raining pretty evenly before that. Like not nothing too crazy, but not like a mist either. Like properly raining. It started pouring buckets. Like so it was also so loud that I could literally hear the rain hitting the pavement through my headphones and through my, to be fair, quite quiet music. And I was just like, great, now I get to walk home in the complete rain. And then I just kind of stood in the store for a little bit, waiting for the rain to fucking stop because I didn't really want to go and stand in the rain to get my package and then walk home in the very, very, very rain. And it didn't really stop. And I think it's stopped raining now. I haven't let Apollo outside since he came in this morning because I don't really want to deal with his muddiness, and he doesn't really like rain either. He doesn't seem to mind. He protested a little bit when I came back from the store because he wanted to go and check like where I had been. He wanted to check my feet, basically sniff where I'd been in the yard and stuff. But I was like, it's wet outside. You don't want to go. And he ended up being content with just smelling like my shoes literally and my bag and everything and checking all that out. And after that, he's pretty much just laid in his spot and hasn't moved. And I'm pretty sure he's still there, even though I did unlock the door so he can leave if he wants. But I don't think he's gonna. I don't think he likes. I mean, I know he doesn't like rain. Sometimes he will complain to go outside, and then I open the door and I show him that it's raining, and he sticks his head out, sniffs around, and comes back inside. And he's like, "Never mind. I'm actually good. It's fine. Don't worry about it." Which I think is fucking hilarious whenever it happens. I opened. Oh, there we go. I opened mod view, which is where like I've currently got chat popped out since the one in Streamlabs is kind of a little late. And this way I can like more easily have both of the chats like next to each other from TikTok and Twitch. And my entire screen was covered in like a options menu, I guess. And there was no X for it. Like I couldn't get out, but I just clicked to the side and it disappeared. That was kind of weird though. There's like 2 or 3 hairs that are somehow poking me directly in the eye. I also, as you can tell, my hair is very pink right now. The purple is like essentially, essentially, the word doesn't sound right anymore. Left. Even in the front where I literally I redyed it purple again without any pink, just purple on top. And then yesterday I put purple shampoo in it and it's still pink. And it's so pink because the red underneath it is still like it's still living there. It had faded quite a bit, even though it's like permanent color, but obviously it still fades. And when I bleached my roots, then the parts that were near the roots, that I still kind of got way lighter red, but they didn't leave, and the purple won't stick. So like where it kind of sticks, it just turns into pink basically. Um, this part, which is supposed to be like lighter than the rest of it, you can okay, that doesn't look right. There's like blonder bits here that are supposed to just be lightly colored purple. They're also kind of pink. I have no idea what the hell is going on. I was hoping for the effect that I got last time, and this is something completely different. Hey, Doggy Dad. I appreciate that. You have a nice sleep, nap, whatever it might be. Hair dye is weird. I like it does something new every time, and I never know what to expect. Um Someone in the Discord sent like a thing that was like, "Hey, recommend y'all set up a security bot." We already have one. We also have verification, and unless you pass essentially like 3 levels of verification, you can't even message the Discord, but you can obviously still see the list of members. That's not something I can change. Basically, if Discord and the security bot let you into the server, and there's very limited things that they don't let into the server, then they can still message people. And this, I'm assuming, person that just wants to bother people or maybe bot, I don't know, is also in a different like streamer server with me, and they are verified in that server as well, which means that they're most likely a real person. That's just annoying. They aren't even flagged in Discord's system as possibly engaging in spam or suspicious content. So, as annoying as it is, I can't really do anything about them. Well, no, I can't. They're gone. Um, but basically, like people like them, there's no way to actually stop um that from happening, unfortunately, which really sucks. I wish I could, but there's not much I can do. So I opened a ticket to ask someone a question, and they just like ignored me. So whatever. um, but yeah, there's even with the fact that Discord now has a lot more built-in security than they used to, it's still impossible to actually like get through them and stuff, which sucks. When it comes to wait, yeah. I am gonna mess with the Discord auto mod settings, because I know that there's some other stuff that I can change, but most of the things that can basically help you not get DMs, specifically DMs from creepy people, is just settings that you yourself can enable. And I also just I if I get a DM from someone and I wasn't supposed to, and it's like very generic, like hi or hello or whatever, something like that, I don't look into who they are. I immediately just delete I don't block anybody unless they are genuinely spamming. I just immediately delete. Like, I'm not even sorry. That's how I also deleted a message from someone who is actually like, because even if they're in a Discord with me, that still doesn't matter unless I know them, because obviously people can be in Discords even if they are scammers and stuff. So I deleted him. Somebody had messaged me. This was like months ago now. Somebody had DM'd me and they're like, "Hey," and they asked a very basic question. I can't remember what it was. I think it might have been about what time zone I was in or something. And I just ignored them because like I didn't even I engaged. I used to, but it gets fucking tiring, so I no longer do, because if I'm talking to a bot, that's just dumb on my behalf. And if I'm talking to a human, then their stupidity hurts my head, so I leave. Um, but yeah, someone sent me a very basic question, and they were in a different like Discord with me, but I didn't check uh their like what the fuck's the word? Their profile in that Discord, like to see all their roles and stuff, because obviously like sometimes when someone's in a different Discord with you and you open it and their only role is like the basic one because that they got when they joined the server, or they're clearly unverified, I'm like, bitch, bye. But sometimes I still check that, and if I can see that that person's like actually most likely a human being in that server, they have roles associated with being active in the server, then I sometimes message back. But this time I didn't even check. I just delete. And then I then they tagged me in the server and they were like, "Hey Jay, do you mind like DMing me?" I tried to reach out, but like I don't know if you didn't see or whatever. And I was just like, "Oh, what did you want?" And I hadn't even noticed that they were training staff in question, because the staff in that server has a very, very bright color. So like whenever you see that it's staff, you kind of, I mean, at least I do at this point, like I see the color and I'm like, "Oh my god, staff." And this person didn't have that color yet because they were training to be staff. And I was like, they're like, "I wanted to ask you about this and that." And I'm like, "Oh, you can just open a ticket next time." Which is like the weird, there is, as someone who has been for short periods of time staff in servers, especially one that had like a very specific rule that you do not DM people for moderation purposes. That's what tickets are for, because they are so much easier to use than DMs, and they are within the server and other moderators can see them as well, and it just makes so much more sense in general, which is also why if I do moderate the server, I try to use tickets, which people for some reason ignore more than DMs, and I'm like, bruh, if you ignore the ticket, I'm probably gonna DM you, but if you don't, then I'm gonna continue in the ticket. I don't want to have server issues in my DMs. Right? It makes no fucking sense. And like, especially for servers that are very large and have like teams of moderators and staff, why wouldn't you just make it so that everyone can see the ticket? Especially if they're like active tickets, maybe, or open tickets that aren't active for whatever reason. Because I know that a server that I'm in has like archive tickets that aren't closed, or that are closed but they're not deleted. I think that's how they work. Where they can like see the strikes or whatever that have been gone against a person, or what activity, or not what activity, but what measures have been taken against a person breaking the rules, and they can just look back and they're like, "Oh, they're on their third strike, bye bye," or whatever. Tickets make so much more sense. They're so easy to moderate and so easy to like actually use for moderation purposes. And I don't get why people don't do it. Why are you DMing me? Especially because within the server, if someone like messages you or whatever, or tags you, you can see their roles. So you can, in most servers, staff has like a very specific color, or they have staff written next to their name or whatever. And you can understand that, oh, this person is staff. When they DM you and they just have their regular Discord username, hello, who are you? Why do I care? Like, I don't know every single staff member by name. There's like 20 of you. Then I have to go and check. Or the worst part is when they don't say why they're DMing in the first message. They'll just be like, "Hey, and then something generic, and I'm like, hello, what's going on here? And they're like, oh yeah, I'm like staff this or that, and I'm like, bruh, because it's confusing. The only thing that I think it's kind of fair why instead of making a ticket you would DM someone is if, for example, the person, like, you made a ticket, you tag them, you try to talk to them, and they fucking ignore you because, for example, they just like don't read their like tags, or they have the server muted or whatever, and then you go DM them and whatever. Sure, but start with the ticket. We all gotta start somewhere. Moderate servers. Yeah, but I don't want to. It's I think it's just the fact that once again I'm reminded that even intelligent people don't always have common sense. And even though my moderation of servers, especially like bigger ones, I mean, as I said, I've been like trial staff and what I would call chill staff in servers before, and like I know technically how the ins and outs of it work. I've never like done it or overseen any of it, and the server that I moderate exclusively, obviously we're tiny for now. We're growing. If you're not in the server, if you're not in the garden yet, you should go join. The link's in my about section, or I'm pretty sure it's somewhere up in chat. Um, but yeah, like there are some things that I do because I'm like, that just makes sense. Like there's a, if when you join the server, you get assigned a role. And after, I mean, to be fair, I do this uh by hand, so sometimes I fuck up a little bit. But if after 2 weeks you haven't done your verification and you haven't chosen the basic roles that unlock the server, I will keep that technically like newbie role on your thing so that when I'm looking at people's activity in the server, I can see people who haven't completed their onboarding and I can be like, that's suspicious. And if someone who, for example, doesn't verify themselves at all, or before when the process was a little iffy and there was something going on with like Discord's own moderation, they wanted to basically one up the separate security system that I have, which was really weird. It was like a pissing contest. It kept letting people at, if they had like verifications done within Discord, as in like they had their email and their, I think it's phone number like verified, um Discord would still let them choose the roles that only verified people are supposed to be able to have access to. And if you still have the like new member, or in the Discord it's called just sprouted because garden theme, role, I would be like, you are losing without verified, you are losing those other roles because you don't have access to that part of the server. You're not fucking verified. Um and it now I have also done some cleaning of the server, and I am removing people who have been there for like months and their only role is still like just sprouted. They never finished their onboarding because I don't really want them to have the access to other members, like their usernames and stuff, to be able to DM them. But it's a process because some people got verified but never finished their onboarding by adding like other roles, which means that they still basically can't see the server because of how the role system is built. Um but I'm like, well, you verified yourself. Do you want to like come back and finish this, or am I getting rid of you? If you're unverified for 2 months within the server, since verification is like necessary, because obviously there was a time before that, and there are some people that are in the server before that. Until they step out of line, I'm just gonna ignore them. But now, if you are unverified for 2 months, you're gone because there's like, be for real, there's no point. I do want to automate some more things for that, but like I don't really know how it works, and I'm very much so afraid to like fuck something up because the security basically works at the moment. Also, Discord keeps changing, not changing, but like adding and modifying instead of like big changes, like a bunch of little changes to how automod works. And I don't really use it that much. It's not, I mean, there's like basic security enabled on the server, and then the like actual, I know it is because in my brain, that's how it should be spelled. And when I speak, I want to say it that way too. Mace makes fun of it too, but that is how I don't care. That is the right way to me. And when my autocorrect says it's wrong, I'm like, no, you're wrong. I do not, it's correct. Verified. uh, if it ever starts to bother me, I might change it, but I have zero plans to. It's JFI'd. Yes, correct. That is the right. That is the exactly right response. That is exactly what it is. You are so right. Changes. Do you not already know that? Are you surprised? You shouldn't be surprised. That's how. Blech. That's just how it is. Why can't I speak? Wait, what? Huh. When you are multi-streaming on Streamlabs, it pops like a TikTok live monitor. Why is there just one hair touching my fucking face? Live monitor thing into like a separate window, and some of it's kind of weird compared to like how the live studio works. Hello, Bob. Welcome back. There's sun outside. Good for you. It's not raining anymore at all, as far as I can see, but it is very cloudy. Because English is your second language. I just think because my brain is fully convinced there should be a T in that word. Like there are very few things that you can tell that I'm like not a native speaker. There's genuinely very few things. And funnily enough, some of those things are actually the opposite of mistakes because I learned English semi properly in school and stuff. But that one is just me being stubborn. It's not raining. Are you in Latvia? I am in Latvia, Bob, but as I said, it isn't raining here. Where's the T phonetic? It's in my mind, okay, Gwen? It's in my mind. Hey, Christ! Thank you so much. Are you done with finals, by the way? I keep forgetting to fucking ask you things. I see random stuff that you're doing on Be Real, but I just dying laughing over this. Not one bit. We're close, but scary. Not nice. 0 out of 10. The fuck is that's where I'm looking to. Oh my god, I forgot. When apps open with like a ridiculous pop-up window before the app actually opens, like just it's basically like a loading screen, but Windows isn't aware that the app is open yet. It's just like an overlay or something. I hate that. It's stupid as fuck. Like genuinely hate it. Can this like that was weird. That's wrong, buddy. 17th of June. Do you have like time between your exams right now, or is there like a shit ton of stuff happening all at the same time? That's what I want to know. Because for us, we currently have whatever. Sorry. We currently have I keep getting distracted. We currently have 2 things done at the end of the week. One of them we have to go in to present, and one of them we have to just send in. And then I yeah. And then we have 4 weeks of like summer semester. And apparently we have painting in that. I thought we just had like 2 to specialty subjects, we apparently have painting. Because drawing wasn't obligatory. I don't mind painting. If painting wasn't obligatory, but drawing was, I'd be much more pissed at that than currently. Also, Bob, thank you for that follow. And Latvian English speakers are 50-50. It's either Zybrat or Eelts11. I don't know who any of those people are. I don't follow Latvian news in the slightest, especially not when it comes to online things. It's also one of the reasons I get really annoyed that TikTok is completely hellbent on showing me to like my lives and my content to people in Latvia, because they also don't care about my content because the vibe ain't there. And yeah, I have been several times asked where the hell I'm from because I sound like English is my first language, but my accent doesn't make sense to the person that I'm speaking to. That's happened 3 times in the Netherlands, which I thought was really funny. Also get spoken to in Dutch over there when I'm in places that, like, in the airport. It makes no sense why anybody would attempt to speak Dutch to me, because I don't think I look particularly Dutch or anything, but flight attendants have started to speak in Dutch with me without even asking if I speak Dutch or not, which, like, that's happened twice. And I think that's fucking hilarious. Because my thing, even in the Latvian airport, I pretty much default to English because there are people that work in the Latvian airport that do not speak Latvian. So for the most part, I default to English. And this one time, I was it was at security, and I can't remember why, but my bag was getting rechecked. I think it might have had to do with my glasses setting off the metal detector, because they do that. These glasses, not every time, but the first time that it happened, I was wearing other metal, so that might have been it. But the second time, I was only wearing my glasses. There was nothing else metal on my body. I took them off and it stopped being set off, so I don't fucking know. But anyways, my glasses sometimes set off the metal detector. They don't in the Netherlands. They do here. Not great. And those are grandma glasses. They are not. That's so rude. I'm gonna put them. I don't really wear them, and lately I haven't even been wearing them when I need them because they hurt my head. Because I literally live in headphones. My grandpa wishes he had glasses. I mean, to be fair, one of my grandpas doesn't wear his glasses at all. I don't even remember what they look like. And the other one of my grandparents has like very thick beige it's kind of like tortoise shell, but like not really. The vibe is kind of there, but it doesn't look like it, and they just constantly look dirty. I swear my grandpa's the same. They maybe he has similar ones, but I highly doubt that your grandpa has Jimmy Choo glasses. Which I think it's so fucking hilarious that when I picked them out, I didn't know that they were designer frames because they were on sale due to the fact that they were part of the old collection and the new one had just come in. I only realized they were designer frames when I went to go pick them up, and they came in this case, which very nicely says that they're Jimmy Choo's. And then I realized they say it on the side too, and I thought that was fucking hilarious. Anyways, I also only when I stopped wearing my glasses, I noticed that I don't like that I can, when I move my face, like they touch my cheeks. I don't like that I can feel that they're cold even if I wear them for a while, because they don't constantly touch my cheeks. Just once in a while, they're cold. Glasses are always dirty too, but I don't like cleans them always. Mine are too, but that's because they're so big and they touch my eyebrows and they touch my cheek. And when I adjust them, sometimes I like smush them to my eyebrows kind of, so they get really dirty. But what I mean dirty with my grandfather's glasses is the frames always look dirty. I don't know about the lenses. I don't pay attention. Anyways, I'm gonna take these off. I have no reason to wear them right now. It's summertime. I should really get fucking contacts again so I can wear sunglasses and not deal with this bullshit. But I'm lazy. They're kind of expensive. I don't wanna. That sums me up pretty well. I have no idea what I was talking about before. I was talking about rain. That's all I got. And something else. Not. Oh, security check. Right. Yeah, I was getting a security check because my glasses had set off the metal detector, and the guy came up to me and he was like trying to ask me what language I spoke. Um, and he spoke at, I think it was four different languages. But anyways, he very quickly ratted off the languages. I'm adding extra time because I realized that person followed earlier, so yay. uh, anyways, yeah, he ratted off the languages real fucking fast, and I was just like, huh? Like I didn't really stick what he was saying. So I kind of just spoke in English because it's a safe bet. And he like took that as an answer. And then I really later realized that he was Latvian because I saw his name tag. I'm assuming based on his last name, he was probably Latvian, and I totally could have spoken Latvian to him. And his English, it wasn't like bad, but it was clearly not like really great or anything. And I was just like, whoops, because I have no idea besides what I'm assuming was English and Latvian. I don't know what the other two languages. The first time I didn't hear, I understood that he was asking what language I spoke or which of his languages I would prefer, basically, but I didn't actually hear the names of any of the languages. So I just kind of, yeah, it was really fucking. I thought it was funny. I don't know how he felt about it, um, but I thought it was funny because objectively it was funny because Mans was just like, what language do you want to speak? And instead of choosing a language, I just started speaking to him in English. I also forgot to send this message. There's still technically a subathon going, which is fucking hilarious to me, but whatever. It'll never end, I swear. There's a huge, what's his name, Jans? It was his last name that was Latvian. I believe his last name was Wals. Um I don't really know how long I'm gonna stream today. I have stuff to do, but I I wanna just stream, but also stuff to do. I don't wanna do it. I don't wanna do anatomy so bad. Last time I already didn't want to do anatomy. I'm also pretty sure that it was the last thing I finished doing that last semester as well. But what I know for a fact is that I spent like 3 days doing it basically, and now I'm gonna have like 2 at the most because I still have to finish the presentation. I'm so mad. It's a fucking presentation. How hard can that be? Why the fuck is it taking me so long? Um, but yeah, the last time I thought like I was nervous about anatomy, but I thought I did okay. And then I got a 6, and I was like, never mind. So now I'm fucking nervous because I don't think I'm gonna do like okay. I feel like I'm gonna do not that great because the face expressions are fucking. Because what we had last time was technically even easier because we just had pictures of people and we had to draw where their muscles were over the pictures, and then one with their bones, and I think there was a third one, but I don't remember. Oh, feet, feet. But that wasn't muscles. That was what is that shit called in English? It's not cartilage. Actually, never mind. I forgot it in both languages. I have no idea what those things are called. Anyways, yeah. So that was, I guess, 3 assignments, and this time we also have 3 assignments. One of them is just like showing emotion. That one's not difficult. Then we have another one where we have to describe smiles. He wasn't very clear about that one. I'm gonna have to reread the assignment for that part because I'm like kind of confused by what the fuck that means. And then there's one where there's 3 different pictures and we have to like draw essentially arrows, like the way their muscles are moving. And I would rather just draw what their face muscles are, because if we had to do that, he would also probably not pick such difficult face expressions. But I don't remember much about the face expressions, if I'm gonna be entirely honest, and I'm very nervous about that because fucking hell. School sports. we didn't have Bob in TikTok says your school's forcing you to make feet pics. We didn't have to take the pictures. If we had to do that, that would be like so much easier. He sent us the pictures. They were pictures of models that I'm pretty sure at least the ones that were for like the leg specifically muscles, at least two of them we had already seen in the presentations. Um so yeah, he just like sends us the pictures and then we have to do the stuff on top. And as much as I dislike that, I dislike medical anatomy more. So I'm kind of glad that we just have plastique anatomy, I think it's called in English or whatever. And that some things we get to skip because you can't really see them and they don't fucking matter because of that. And I'm so glad. Like, I'm interested in medicine, but there are a few reasons why I would never study it. Never succeedingly, and certainly never successfully study it. But it's interesting until it makes your brain hurt. I remember my sister, because my sister has a degree in psychology, specifically clinical psychology, I believe. Um, I remember her studying anatomy, but like anatomy, because she was basically like, I know it works different because the things that I know about how you become a doctor, um, is like mainly based on other countries and not here, because I know that in other places in order to be a psychologist you still have to do like basically the regular med school, but I guess she was technically then pre-med or something. I don't know. It's whatever. I know she specifically studied psychology, but she was also like she doesn't she has a degree, but she doesn't have a PhD. She has a bachelor's degree. And she started her master's but never continued. And I remember her studying like anatomy, like specifically the structure of like the heart, and it looked so not fun, Lord help. Don't you still have to know the muscle and bone structure? Another mumbo jumbo. Yes, but the first difference is that for us, the names don't matter. It wasn't even obligatory that you write the names of the muscles and bones when you did the assignment. You just have to know where they are. Because the reason why we study plastic anatomy is so that when we look at a person, we can break down what they look like into shapes that are based on their muscle and bone structure to be able to draw them realistically. And in some cases, you need to know where bones and muscles are, even if you can't really see them, to draw someone realistically, because you have to exaggerate a little bit. So that's mainly what we learn for. So names and stuff, not that important. It's like that there was somebody was joking about this when I was telling them that I was specifically learning. I was looking at muscles of the arm and stuff, and they were like, just wait until you get to learning the names of the wrist bones because there's a bunch of them. And I know there's a mnemonic, but I don't know what the mnemonic stands for, so there's that. And they were like, just like wait till you get to that. And I was like, I don't know the name of anything I'm looking at. Well, not anything. I obviously know the names of some of the muscles, but like realistically, I was not focused on what the muscles were called. I was focused on where the fuck they were and what the fuck they did when they moved. Because your arm is that thing, because like you can twist your arm quite a bit, so everything that's kind of here can just like do a 180 depending on how someone is standing or whatever. And I don't like that. I do. I know for a fact that I still never really like oh, never really got it down, even though I genuinely like specifically studied those bones. Oh my god, that's such a cute profile. Specifically studied the structure mainly of the bone. For many of the muscles, I kind of ignored the bones, even though they like also do funky stuff. Yeah, I'm so glad I'm not in school anymore. Have the academy is a lot better than high school. Just like leave me be my data entry. Um, why does this keep? It looks like it's too low, but then it also doesn't. Also, I'm afraid to touch this monitor because the power cord is really fucky, and it was already fucky before, but now it's extra fucky. 10 out of 10. Um, What is the muscle for doing 360 disco? Your bones do a twist, which is the weirdest part. I don't even know. I don't remember anymore. I did that exam and then I let that knowledge fall right out of my fucking head because yikes, basically. Just leave me alone, data entry, no thinky. Speaking of which, Gwen, I asked you about this earlier, but don't think you saw. You talked. This was like a while ago. Whenever I DM'd you, I don't remember anymore. Sorry, but that you got a different job, and I was wondering, how is your job going? It was a very long way of asking quite a simple question. You love your new job. I am so glad to hear that. I'm also very excited to see that you actually have time to be here during stream. To be fair, this isn't really a time where I would normally stream, but I'm still very happy. I missed you. Why am I so sleepy? I mean, I guess I couldn't really fall asleep yesterday. It was kind of weird. I kept falling asleep, waking up, falling asleep, waking up, and I was like floating on the edge of being asleep. And 2 days ago, my dad did not text me that he wasn't gonna be home. But it was like, oh, touch more. Ooh, hell yeah, for both of us. That's great. But yeah, like, I think that was 2 days ago. Usually when my dad isn't gonna come home, he texts me. So if it's the middle of the night and he hasn't texted me, I assume he's just gonna be home real fucking late because he does do that sometimes. Not like on purpose. I mean, kind of on purpose, but like also not on purpose. He just does because he's dad. That's pretty much it. Um, so it was like 2, 3 a.m., something like that. And he was not home yet. And I was like, oh, he's gonna be home like really fucking late then. And I was in bed and I was asleep, but I was like, I had just started falling asleep basically. And I get woken up by Apollo just like crash landing on me basically, and loving me so much and like literally climbing over me and realizing that he can't go forward anymore because he's literally going to step on my head, but he wants to go into that space between me and my pillow and wants to love and is like looking around kind of confused to see what he can do. And I'm just like half asleep, like, what the fuck is happening right now? And the funniest thing is that earlier that day, or well, evening, I guess, I was trying to get Apollo to come and cuddle with me and like go to bed with me. And he was refusing to do so completely. And I was like, okay, fine, sure, you don't want to. And then dad comes home and Apollo's like, I love you so much, let me in your bed. Bruh. I technically only started watching streams again yesterday and came back to streaming myself like Saturday. Oh, I see. I Our time zones are very different, so I don't even know if I could catch your streams. I want to. What is... That's a weird way to pop. Oh my god. That's not what I meant to go. That's a very weird way for a pop-up. I guarantee you're either asleep or busy. Wait, I'm gonna... Do you have a stream schedule? Okay, you kind of do. So, your stream tomorrow uh, is 2:30 a.m. to 4:30 a.m. for me. Oof. Paulo hasn't love for you? He has love. He's just kind of like a cat in that way. He's very specific about when he decides to cuddle and love you, and when he decides that he doesn't give a fuck what you're doing. It's sunny outside. That's magical. Okay, it's like not like sunny, but it's getting there, I hope, because I can't see any blue sky. I can only see clouds, but I can see that there's shadows on the ground now. Because before it was just Very gray. Yay, son. Indeed. Technically, the stream schedule needs to be updated, but probably is not. Yeah, I mean, just checking that what is noon for you is like 9 p.m. for me. That is like that says everything basically. uh, I I don't like normally I don't mind time zones. Um, cause like it's whatever, you know. You if someone's like if one of my mutuals is tweeting and their time zone and I'm just replying in my time zone, it's whatever. But when you're mutuals with streamers, it's not quite the same. Because I personally don't really like watching streams back. Um, like I always want to interact because that's the way you know streamers are built. Like I see something and I want to like comment on it. And when it's a YouTube video, I don't know if I just like don't feel like that, or if I just have like gotten used to the fact that it makes sense to not want to. But if I'm watching back a stream, I'm like, oh my god, this thing. And so I don't really do that because I don't really watch them back. Because it just really starts to irritate me. I'll be like, oh my god, I wanna hate watching vids. Like I watch streams for interaction. Yeah. Hello, Jokeraz. Thank you so much for that. Watch what? That makes sense. I like even YouTube. I love how that didn't work. Lucas, why were you left out in the cold with that question? There's a chance that that command has saved incorrectly and it's just like it's just question of the day. Wait, let me see. Oh yeah, it's just saved incorrectly. Well, I'm gonna have to go edit the frickin' website. That's great. Actually, I can just... I guess I can... What the... That is the wrong fucking symbol. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm just gonna add question to the command because the question command is just like the question of the day one. And when I was adding when I was adding them to the list on the website that it links to when you use the commands command, for some reason I assume what happened is that I was copy and pasting just the list of commands and then adding it to the website, and pretty much every other command, literally every other command besides this one, the name and the triggering command is the same. Some of them have two triggering commands, but like it's normally the same. Except this one, for some reason. I'm sitting straight. I mean, I'm sitting with my... You can't really see. I'm sitting against... That really hurt my leg. I shouldn't have spun like that. My desk is a lot closer. I'm sitting with my back against the chair, which is like fairly straight. That's not how I normally stream. Especially if I'm chatting. I'm like, I really push into the back of my chair because it's comfy. And that way I don't actually hunch over too much. How was I sitting before? I'm no longer in the center. That hurt my knee. That hurt my knee. I'm just gonna do that. Why my phone buzzing? Oh, that's why my phone buzzing. Macy's arguing. Not actually arguing. I just disagreed with him. So, Lucas, if you want to try a question again, you can just retype it or use the command that's also in the stream title. The question of the day. Cute. What's the timer in the bottom right? It is a very, very old marathon timer. How did that still not work? English is hard. Speaking is hard. Okay, well, for whatever reason, question a day works, but question doesn't. That makes no sense. Can I, like. I know there's like a way to. Okay, whatever. Summer, winter, winter, because I'm just. Do you really like need an excuse? I feel like I like summer because I have a reason to go outside. I also just I don't like the cold. I'm always cold. I have no season. See now that's a good reason. I feel so much empathy, so much empathy for people that have seasonal allergies because that just sounds like hell. But I love summer. I love swimming, so I want to swim and I want it to be hot because when it's hot, I'm not cold. And when it's hot, I don't have to wear 17 layers and I can actually make outfits based on what I want to wear and not what will stop my limbs from freezing off. I personally don't really have a fave. I love and hate something in each season. Fair. I there for me there's a lot of activity, right? Summer is all about doing stuff. No, because like when my brother asks why I stay in my room instead of going out with friends, I can just say because it's snowing or too cold. That's kind of sad. I okay. I love summer. I don't really have notes. Mosquitoes, but they don't really bother me all that much. So I don't really have many um summers about that is true. Bob says summer about is about well, the translation would be about barbecue. Summer is about barbecue. I fucking love barbecue. Um so I guess yeah, mosquitoes. That's kind of the unlike where or having to be in Riga or like in a big city when it's hot. That's not nice. I out here, like where I live in the middle of nowhere, it's nice. It also usually doesn't get that hot, and I can just like go swimming, and I don't have to be inside like a really stuffy train. That is the worst. That actually no, that is the worst thing about summer, or when it gets really really hot and the air conditioning in those things doesn't work. And I'm pretty sure there isn't any air conditioning in the old trains actually, and opening the windows only does so much. Ugh. Technically my favorite season is summer because I'm warm and can go camping. Beautiful. Love. I really call where you live the most. Compared to what, like, the thing is that if I say that I live in a little town, people don't question don't picture this little of a town because hot trains in summer is hell. Exactly. Because someone, is it 30, but no house says AC levies. It's not weird. It's just, it's old here. And also, most of Europe doesn't have AC. Like, because, like, if I say small town, someone, and by someone, I mean so many of the people that I talk to, picture a town like the one that Mace lives in the Netherlands that has like a few thousand, like, shit, I can't remember. It's like 12,000 people living in it. This town doesn't even have 3,000 people in it. Small. Okay, tiny, actually small. I don't even call it a town anymore. It's a village, but those village and it's a small village. I live in a small village, and like it's just it's nicer here because there's not as much pavement and buildings to suck up all the heat and boil you. Um, I don't really like autumn. I only like autumn when it's basically still summer outside. I don't like autumn. There's nothing about the leaves are kind of pretty, but I don't really like red, orange, or yellow that much as colors to really like it. And it gets cold, and I hate it. Like the feeling of it getting darker is honestly kind of worse than when it actually is dark and cold outside. and everything's fucking wet. I don't like the rain. Unless it's raining in the summer, in which case I'm all looking for it. But the autumn is really gloomy in my opinion. Um, and I don't like that. And winter, you get to ice skate, which I didn't do this year unfortunately, but you get to ski, which I did get to do. I love skiing. Um, and like playing in the snow with Apollo is really fun, and going on walks when the world looks picturesque is it's nice. It's very pretty. Fog. You can have fog in the summer as well. And fog unfortunately cannot even begin to my love for fog cannot rival my hate of gloom. It simply cannot. Okay, the whole chat's about to be that emote, I fear. Um but winter cold, winter dark, winter mean when you wake up early, it feels like nighttime outside. I really hate that. Waking up and it being the same like vibe and the same level of light in my room as when I went to bed. I hate it. I genuinely hate that feeling so much. It's that is one of the things about winter that makes me want to but there's snow. And if there isn't snow, then it's just as gloomy as autumn, and then I'm also unhappy. But when snow, then good. Um and spring finally gets to get light out again, and there's flowers and there's birds chirping. I love birds chirping. And when it starts to when it rains in the spring and then it gets sunny like this, and the whole world comes alive and the grass is this gorgeous shade of green. Spring kind of rivals my love for summer because it just makes me feel alive because the world starts to look alive again, and I love that so much. Spooky trees is also a good argument, but once again, the depression, man, the depression. But then a bit of sun is gonna start coming up 3 hours. It's been like half of it with insomnia. I kind of like that. I used to, I mean, I still kind of do, but I almost used to stay up on purpose until it got light and I could hear the birds, and then I would go to bed. And I find that to be very relaxing. When it rains, everything's freaking so cool. It is. It's beautiful. Genuinely makes me feel alive again. But see, for example, in the Netherlands, where winter is just extended autumn and it's just raining and gloomy and yucky. You know how people have winter houses but in warm climate because they go there when it's cold where they live? I need a winter house somewhere where it's actually wintry. I will happily come back here for the winter just because there's snow. Because I just dealing with the wet and the barren land and the bare trees makes me so fucking depressed. It's nice and do a good job. I have to be up at 8 a.m. What time do you think I wake up for school? I would be happy if I had to wake up at 8 a.m. I wake up at 7, sometimes 6. And even in the summer, I still have to kind of wake up and be alive and do things and stuff. Especially now, I still stay up until when it's light, but then we still kind of have school and stuff. I don't know. I literally wake up at 7. Sometimes, yeah. I do that in the commute when I'm not working from home. Yucky. That is Mace basically wakes up in the middle of the night. You can't even say he wakes up early in the morning. He wakes up in the night. And he likes his job and he enjoys what he does. But if you made me do that, I would be so incredibly unhappy. I don't think it could matter what the job is. I would just nope. And sometimes I run on very little sleep and then I crash and I run on a lot of sleep. But I'm still tired. Especially in spring. That's if we still had school right now, I would be staying up till 3 a.m. and then waking up at like 7 and feeling dead, and then when the weekend would come, I would just sleep for like 14 hours. Hey, Gracie! Thank you so much. I was very interested to see how you popped into that chat, or into the TikTok chat instead of to the Twitch one, but I appreciate it nonetheless. You have a lovely sleep. I don't even know what time it is for you, but you sleep. I know it's sleep time for you. That's what I do know. But yeah, I am not a morning person. And Mace is trying to convince me to be more like a morning person. Oh my god, thank you, Gracie. That's so sweet. Um, Mace is trying to convince me to like be a morning person and to wake up earlier, but waking up at even like waking up before 9, I just feel bad, and before 10, I just feel sad. Being awake before most people has a charm. It does. It like the feeling's nice. But then when I'm thinking about the fact that it's like 7 in the morning and I obviously if I wake up naturally and I'm just like awake, that hurt, then it's fine, especially in the summer. That does sometimes happen. I just can't fall asleep anymore. I'm like, okay, it's 7 in the morning, I'm awake now, cool. But like I love the night. I also just like love lounging in bed in the morning. So even if I would wake up early, I would still stay in bed and kind of sleep because I like the feeling, so there's like no point in really waking up early. It's kind of a lose-lose situation. That's a lot of stuff. My favorite job, I had to wake up sometimes at 5 a.m. and also, and everything was calm and serene in the summer, and the sun would be rising already. Unmatched vibes. True. It has great vibes, which is why like when camping, for example, waking up early is great, and I love that feeling, and it's amazing. But like constantly having to be up early hurts my brain. I wake up at 6 a.m. You and Mace would be great friends if your time zones wouldn't be like anywhere near each other. I wonder what your 6 a.m. is for me. Gwen, what time zone are you? Let's find out. MST. Alright. Oh. Oh. Your 6 a.m. is 3 p.m. for me, so it would be 2 p.m. for me. My biggest problem is that I'm light sensitive, so I wake up early and like to. I used to be a lot more light sensitive. I'm not so much anymore. But what does wake me up is especially my windows get morning sun and like noon sun, and what wakes me up is when my feet start to burn, because I usually sleep in the summer with my blinds like slightly closed, because otherwise the moment the sun hits my eyes, like very direct sunbeams into my eyes, I will wake up. So now when I like kind of close them a little bit, I usually wake up because my feet feel like they're about to be cooked alive, which is also an issue in one of our tents. I don't know who fucking designed it, but they were an idiot, because if you put that tent not underneath the tree, even if there's like just a little bit of sun on it, you literally feel like you're about to be boiled alive. It sucks. And then there's our old, like, I don't know how old that tent is. I'm pretty sure it's older than my dad, or close to it. And that tent is perfect. I mean, it's kind of huge, but you can put it where the fuck you want, and it's 100% waterproof, and it could not care less if there's direct sun on it or kind of shade. It's like a normal temperature. I mean, it's obviously still warmer if there's sun on it, but you don't feel like you're being cooked alive. Unfortunately, that tent is a lot bigger. Like, it doesn't pack down very small. And there is some, like, in my opinion, kind of wasted space in it, unless you have a lot of camping supplies that you want to keep in the tent. So be a tent. Yes, very much so. There's 2 of them, and I can never remember if the one that we have at our house is the smaller or the bigger one. I think it's the bigger one. I wish I didn't have to, but I have to get back to my fucking question. Don't remind me. It doesn't exist to me anymore for the next like hour or so. I don't want to do. It's not even that I don't want to do it. It's that I just want to be fucking done. Like I don't even mind doing the work. That's fine. I mind when I feel like I'm doing the same thing over and over again and going crazy. If I have to, there's these two slides that I cannot figure out. First of all, I don't have a title for them. Second of all, I cannot figure out if they should be one slide. I also cannot figure out if about half the info that's in one of them is even necessary at all, or if it should be shortened, or if I should just fucking get rid of it. And I have read those slides, I shit you not, like 10 times yesterday because I was doing, I was trying to do like all the nicety touch, like add which points I was going to be speaking about and remove the things that I should just say and remember, which like see how that goes. And I was adding like the decorations to the slide and I just kept staring at those two slides and I didn't know what the fuck to do with them. Well, lots of space in my tent, so I hate feeling claustrophobic. I don't really. So the tent that we have that's like much newer and honestly needs to be replaced. We didn't even buy it as far as I remember. No, or I know it wasn't a thought out purchase. Either we like won it at some kind of lottery thing, or maybe through my dad's old job, or it was bought very quickly because my parents were going on a camping trip and realized they didn't have a tent. It's not a great tent. I just realized we have two. I totally forgot we bought a tent a few years ago. Fuck. I breathed in dust. Okay, the green one. It's like not as old as me, but like say 15 years old or something like that. And it already has holes in it. The net that's supposed to keep bugs out of it is shredded. It also just like attracts bugs somehow. The old like beige Soviet tent doesn't bugs. I mean, even though it's much more open and it would be way easier for bugs to get in, they kind of don't really. I mean, they do on the outside layer, but within the inside layer, as long as you like have the main zipper closed, they pretty much don't get in. On the other one, they get in everywhere somehow. I don't bug magnet tent. The bottom of it isn't waterproof, so you need to have a tarp underneath it, and the top of it isn't really waterproof either. That one's actually very much so not waterproof. The bottom is like if you end up in a puddle, you'll probably get wet, so that's why we put a tarp underneath it. But the top is like you genuinely need the extra tarp. Otherwise you will end up soaked in like 3 fucking seconds. It just like lets water through. And not through like holes, just the material is not actually waterproof. Great. That one fits a I believe it's an extra large, like, inflatable mattress. Not quite to the edges. There's still some space on the sides, but it's fairly spacious and it has like a little front area. And then the orange one, which is quite a bit newer, but we have not used nearly as much. I don't know why. Probably because we stole slash borrowed the Soviet tent from my grandparents and just started using that because it's much bigger. That one, yeah, so it's the space is not the issue with that tent, but it's not a great tent. And then the orange one has way more front area. Like the green one, the front area and the rest of the tent like have the same height, but it's very like shallow. And in the orange one, the front area kind of like is like this, and then the rest of the tent is back here. So it's not as high in most of it, but it's much longer. So especially if you have bags and stuff, it like makes way more sense to put them there. Like the space just makes more sense for that. And that one, I'm pretty sure the inside is slightly bigger than the green tent. I am also 99% sure that it's not a square because the green tent, the inside of it is definitely a square. The orange one, I'm pretty sure is kind of longer. So there's always, this is actually a funny thing. It's kind of, the mattress doesn't, in my opinion, really fit perfectly either way. Because if you turn it sideways and it's kind of pushing against the edges of the tent, which isn't good, might cause water to come in. But then there's like, space in the back and in front of it. And if you put it the way it's supposed to be, when you're sleeping, we often end up pushing the mattress towards like the entrance of the tent, which means that your pillow has enough space to fall behind the mattress, and that's fucking annoying. But the orange one, I'm also pretty sure packs up to be smaller, and because it doesn't need that extra tarp, that's also very helpful and makes it actually usable, and it actually is properly waterproof. In fact, the second time we ever set it up just in the backyard, because in the summer, especially when I was younger and like friends would come over and stuff, we would just sleep in the backyard in tents because fun, and also because like more space than in the house basically. And the second time we ever set it up, it like rained pretty heavily and it was completely dry and great. But getting out of that one's kind of awkward. But that also might be due to the fact that we haven't used it that much and we're not like used to it. Um, and the big beige Soviet tent has a very large front room, but as most tents, it has like the part that's completely sealed that has like a bottom, and then the top layer, which makes the ceiling for like the little front area, so it's just like grass there and there's nothing on the bottom. Oh, hello, Fadi. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, and welcome into the stream. Um, so the beige one has like a very large front area. It's almost as big as the inside of the tent. It's also like this, but that tent is also much higher. Like I can almost stand at the highest point of it, I'm pretty sure. So it's like 175-ish. I think I can't quite stand. Might just or might be like my exact height, and that's why I like hit my head on the ceiling. Um, and it has like two large metal poles that hold the entire tent up that the other ones don't, and they're just like vertical, and they go on either side of the mattress, and there's space before the mattress that's on the inside of the tent that has like the bottom, and there's quite a lot of space in the back, which means if you wanted to keep your bags like dry, that would be the perfect place to put them. And technically, I'm pretty sure that in that second area a single mattress can fit, but it's not supposed to. And if you like, you can't fully blow up the mattress, you have to let the edges like be smushed by the tent a little bit. So technically like 3 people could sleep there, because based on how much space it takes up, it should fit like 4 people in my opinion, but it's not really built for that, so iffy. But if you don't have to move it anywhere, because it's also incredibly heavy, like especially the bottom material, which unfortunately is cracked. It's the only part of the tent that's really like broken down, is the bottom is cracked and does need to be put on a tarp as well. Um, but if you want to move, that bag that the tent goes into is like the size of me, and the top cover is so heavy that I pretty much can't put it up by myself, which that sucks. So it's really big, and we never like take it. If we're going on boat trips, we never take that one. We pretty much always take the orange or the green one. I also just realized I'm pretty sure the orange one isn't even on our property right now, because I think my sister borrowed it, which is also probably the reason why we haven't been using it, is because it's not here. That just occurred to me. I remember when they were going on a boat trip with her job, they took that tent, and I'm pretty sure they still have it. We did look into this like last year or something. We were walking around a sporting goods store, and me and my dad were checking out all the tents and all of the like features and stuff that they had. And we were kind of considering possibly looking into a like slightly bigger tent that is technically meant for like 3 people. I mean, I'm pretty sure the green one technically counts as it fits 3 people, but like. And then I was reading the descriptions, and I was like, these two tents are the same exact size, the same rough shape, except one of them counts as 2 people and the other one counts as 3. And I have no idea if this metric was made up by the people who made the tent or the people who are selling it, but either way, it doesn't make any fucking sense. And then I was also looking around, and I was looking at the specific, like, there's a waterproofing system for tents the same way that like phones have the IP ratings. Similar thing, but for tents. There's one for water and one for sun exposure. And there was this one kind of cool fucking tent that also had a really easy like setup system, and because of that, folded like really fucking tiny. It was heavy as fuck though, based on the like uh info. I was gonna say literature. Um, but it seemed really cool. And then I started reading the like description of the weatherproofing basically, and I was like, That makes no sense. I'm pretty sure you're made out of the same material as this other tent that had nowhere near the same rating. Which at which point I realized that it's just rigged. My mom's calling me. That's kind of weird. She was at work. That's why she didn't call me when I actually turned 21. You enjoy. Hello? Hello? Yeah, the check-in confused me a bit. I have rewrote that check-in so many times because I just wanted, like, I wanted to be clear. Thank you for welcoming me back. I was gonna say, Kyle, it says all discords we share. I also know where you're from. You don't need to tell me. I check. Because okay, I can explain how it works if y'all want to know. Um, while you decide that, I'm gonna tell you why this conversation was just so long. So my mom called me to say happy birthday. Um, except while she was on call with me, uh, she got a different call from my grandmother, and then she had things to talk to me that my grandmother wanted to say. Um, I was gonna go. I'm probably gonna go see my grandparents at the start of next week because like exams, scary. Don't want to go. Or maybe on Sunday. Anyways, okay. So how the check-in works? I know that other people's work differently, and some people have like a fully automated thing. Mine does still require me to like do some stuff, but basically, when you check in and you write the number 1, you get automatically added to a list of everybody that has checked in during the stream. And I personally organize it more than is 100% necessary. I have a list that basically shows that is like everybody that has been added to the automatic check-in, meaning they come into the stream and it knows. Don't actually need the list. I just do it because it helps me oversee and then just like says what Discord they're from. So what happens is you come in, you write the 1, you get added to a list. At the end of stream, I go and I paste that list to every Discord that I'm in, and when I see that you and me share a Discord, I basically just check that we're in these Discords together, and then that's how I send my thank you messages as well. That's why sometimes they have people tagged that aren't in the Discord because I just forget to delete them. And the next time you come in, the system recognizes that you are on the list of people, and it just says like, hey, you've checked in from this Discord. And that's pretty much it. So it just basically what happens is the automatic part is that in this case the mix it up bot, or just the bot or the system or whatever you want to call it, recognizes that you have checked in and that you are in the list. And that's pretty much it. Which is, I know that people specifically will sometimes ask you to say what Discords you're from so they don't have to do the thing where they paste and like do the thing, like paste in every single Discord. They just know which Discord to thank you in. I don't need that. I can do that manually. I honestly think it's easier. I also know people who have automatic check-ins that um or check-ins that work on the same system, but they're not automatic. Basically, every single time you come into stream, you just write the number that corresponds to the Discord that you're in, and then you get added to the list for the people from that Discord. I was considering doing that, but I want to do this because it's so much more like streamlined. Basically, I don't really have to check different lists. I just paste everybody in there, and if you're in the Discord, you get tagged, and if you're not, well, you don't. It also means that as long as people chat a message, it will be like, hey, you were checked in, because the bot needs to be triggered by something, which is why they're now in the redeem, it says chat before redeeming, because I had the issue where they had the automatic check-in, they had already checked in, all they had to do was chat, um except it it would add them twice. Someone's walking. I actually I can guess who's walking past the house. I'm assuming you can hear Apollo. What? My dad came home, and there's someone at the gates, and Apollo is losing his fucking mind. I'll be there in 2 minutes. I am great, Kyle. How are you? Bruh. Polo was Polo was trapped inside due to the rain because I didn't fucking want him to be muddy, and now he couldn't get out, and he was like very, very, very annoyed. And then he goes out and he starts barking at a person he knows, and my dad just like, bitch, you do not have to check in every time. Check in is automatic. You check in once, and then every other time when you chat, you will be automatically checked in again. The issue is with people who don't read that and do check in every time, and then when they send a chat message, they get checked in twice. They show up twice in my list, and I'm like, what's going on here? And the system gets confused. That is the exact correct emote for what's happening right now. I actually kind of am curious to see how loud that Apollo was, because he kind of like, his barking, I almost said yelling. His barking gets like amplified by the fact that he's indoors. My phone was laying like this, and I went to go pick it up like this, but the pop socket's closed. I should really put the actual back on it. It's like right there. But this way, it is so nice and like fidgety, and I like that. But when it gets completely closed, it's kind of difficult to like. I've gotten used to it, but it's a little difficult to like open. But it's fidgety. I like fidgety. I also really need to remember to put some fucking stickers back here. Except they're all so big that I can't put like multiples, so I am kind of considering getting some stuff printed to put back here. I also saw a cute case that had like the vibe I wanted, but I didn't actually like the stickers that were on it. It's very loud in my opinion. I would not be surprised. I also am still a little confused by what the things my mic picks up well are and what the things that it doesn't, because like I forgot what it's called, but the type of mic that this is basically meant for non soundproof and sound treated areas, as is this room. Besides the fact that there's carpet and the very large bed and like all the blankets and stuff on it that do kind of act like soundproofing, there's no other soundproofing here, and as we know, lots of other noises, mainly Apollo. I am considering getting some soundproofing panels to put like behind my desk after I move. I technically know like a way to not like DIY them, but basically take a soundproofing material and use it as a piece of art. Except the only issue is that I know that in order to like, I've seen like people screen print on top of fabric that they then cover the material in. The printing that's done has to not block sound. And like if I were to paint them myself with like acrylic paint or whatever, it would block the sound. But I also don't really want to pay for really expensive specialized printing. Also, the fabric itself is kind of expensive, but I think it would be nicer than just being stuck with what the panels, like what regular sound treated panels look like, because I think they're kind of boring and they don't really fit in what I would want. Um, that was a weird noise. I don't think that was a very deep, very weird noise. Um, it like sounds as if it's not ringing. Oh, okay, that was me. My phone isn't ringing, but it almost sounds like if a phone was ringing, but like buried below the bed. It's probably Apollo growling at his tire, but he's like way on the other side of the house. That makes sense. That makes sense. My mouth is still, or my throat is still a little bit irritated from the fact that I breathed dust. It didn't feel very nice. I really don't recommend. Oh, I wonder if Mace did that or if I did. I love opening my reward requests queue, and then there aren't some that I think should be there, and I'm like, that's interesting. Also, I should really just check so that my Discord check-ins don't have to go into the queue. They can just be auto thinged. Words. Ah, I see. I forgot Lucas. I didn't even forget that you're a moderator. I just forgot that moderating chat and doing that is the same thing. No, I know you exist. I just forgot that besides moderating chat, you can also do that. Also, I'm gonna go talk to my dad. J Dad mentioned. I like how that's one word. It's not like Jay's dad is just J Dad. That's his name now. It's both my parents get mentioned this stream. It's not even that they. It's like they not an appearance, a cameo. That's the word I was looking for. They cameoed in here. Oh, video time. Well, like 8 minutes ago, but good enough for me. That's a lot of glare. Should add a redeem to redeem every time you're interrupted by outside factors. J Dad, the mother. The way you name them, um, I love how defeated Lucas looks in his thing. That is a lot of info. Anyways, I like. We can do that. Counter. Oh wait, no, yeah, I can make it be a counter as well. I love that you give them uh, what's the word I'm looking for? You give them like a new name. It's not just dad, mom. It's J Dad and the mother. This sounds like you're writing a book. Also, there's a redeem for me to make a new thing, right? You asked nicely, so I'll just make it for you, without you needing to pay. But there is a thing. Oh God, I have so many things open. I really don't like that the 20th century slide in our presentation is still empty. Also, I feel like maybe Lucas should either tell or like add the little border that we have on our slides to all the slides. Anyways, oh fuck, I closed it. It's a word. Plum. Didn't Wen already get a fruit? Did I never put it back to? I'm assuming I put it to 2 to make it so that people could get fruits they hadn't gotten, because that thing doesn't work every time. Where is... Oh, there's viewer rewards. I'm blind. That's not... Oh, I actually use exactly what I was looking for. Yeah, that one's... That is... Oh, yes, 21 instead of 1. Sure, thanks. It's a reward specifically, though. Says I didn't... which I forgot existed. Nickname. I don't even think those are called... Those are nicknames. I don't know what they are. Mace, what are you doing? I would have to board the thing, but that would looking make the visuals maker. Oh, and I do not want to put that much effort into that. I see. Well, then you can just mention that if people want, they can just copy and paste what you already put in there. Those slides are their problem. Okay, that's why you can just tell them. Where is the thing? Where is the button? Why is it at the bottom? What should this reward be called? Why is my lip so itchy? Also, Mace, what the hell are you redeeming? You're not new here. Can't say that after 3 years of relationship. It's not how it works. See, now that you can do. I am wearing one of the blue shirts that Mace doesn't think were once his. But were. One of my favorite green jackets. I gotta like... I gotta sit here so you can see. Let me just... One of my favorite plaid green jackets. I really like this one. It's really soft. And my, as per usual, very comfy indoor black pants that I am wearing these 99% of the time I'm streaming, unless they're dirty. And they just got washed, so... Okay, what is the reward name for me being interrupted? Oh, I can't spell. Uh-oh, unprecedented factors. The outside. I misspelled the mother. I misspelled it twice. What? I want the uh-oh in there for sure. Okay, we can add the uh-oh. What about uh-oh circumstances? I like that. Can't figure out how to word the latter part down. The uh-oh reward. Okay, I'm gonna spell it like this. Is that spelled right? I have no idea how to spell circumstances, I've just realized. Oh, circumstances is nice. I did spell it right. Yay. Here we go. No, we don't have a cooldown limit. I was gonna add something else, but I have forgotten. Alright, I'm gonna create it, and I'm gonna go into mix it up, and I'm gonna give it, it's gonna do a thing. That made no sense. I'm gonna add a command to the reward is what I meant. Why? Some of my rewards show up twice in the list of possible rewards, whatever. Okay, it needs a chat message and it needs a counter. Except I don't really know how that counter thing works. I know how it works in Streamlabs. I don't know how it works in Mix It Up. Okay, cool. Should update, reset, set, amount. 1. Counter name, only letters and numbers allowed, no thing. I have no idea if this is gonna work, so we're gonna run it a few times. Oh right, I did not chat text. Yeah, I see. I'm working on it. How? I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. I can have it count. Wait, wait, I'm cooking. I didn't even spell interrupt. I really can't spell lately. I'm not usually incredibly bad at spelling, but. Or did I spell it right? Oh no, it does have two R's. Oh, I did spell it wrong. Whoops. Is my E key being weird? I have no idea if this is gonna work. Okay, we've had. Okay. I think it works. It works! Woo! And I'm pretty sure. If I reset on load. Oh, wait, I shouldn't do that. I'm gonna have it saved to file instead. So that I can reset it every time. I think. I don't. Because if I do reset on load and I reset, or reload, mix it up for whatever reason, it'll go back to being 0 even though it's the same stream. So I would be better if it was. Oh, we're gonna run it again. Oh, to see. Oh, and if I delete this file, will that make it go back to 0? No. Okay. Ah. Nope, never mind. It was supposed to reset it. That does not look reset to me. Just like running it over and over again. Aha! Aha! I believe I have figured it out. We had how many interruptions today? 3? I think it was 3. So we're at. Now it says 0 again. If I run it again, we're at 3. Because thinking is hard, my guy. Especially when you have to understand basically how coding works. I don't know how that works. Okay, this should now work. And I don't even needed to save to a file, it'll just do it anyways the way I need it to. It'll just save on its own. And I can probably make a chat command to reset it if necessary. I think this will work for now. This will be something that I have to check at the start of the stream now, because I don't already have enough things to check at the start of the stream, but it's fine. And look at that. We only have half an hour left, which means I will have actually finished out the stream timer today, which is kind of crazy. Also, Jokerized asked about the check-in, but never actually checked in. I think I'm not sure actually. Hey Siggy. I just saw something completely new in Discord that I've never seen before. Interesting. Interesting. How does the timer work again? It says it at the start. It says it at the top. Just want some black yarn in my jeans? Like in the pocket? Or... But babe, the pinned message kind of explains it. First bus pass. Lucas is just spawning things in his pockets. Gotta be from laundry. Interacting with the stream adds time to the timer. The stream runs until the timer runs out. Well, for Twitch it's over here, and for TikTok it's up there. So yeah. And buying card packs on Streamloots also makes time add. Also, I'm pretty sure that some of you guys have Streamloots cards that you have not played. This yarn got in my pocket between laundry. Is there like a lot of yarn? Also, Siggy, I'm doing great. How are you? Sorry, there was too much going on. I forgot. I thought about it, that I never. I think Lucas is just spawning things in his pockets now. Didn't see there was a message. Sad. I'm pretty sure I still have unplayed cards. Though I don't remember how to, like... Oh. Well then. That automatically added, like, an hour to the timer. Became an elite fruit? You became an elite fruit? You already you already were an elite fruit, but I was already sub. Yeah. That's what there also like wasn't a message in chat about that, and I didn't see a thing. Oh, that's so big. I hear it wants you to speak like a random character. What character? What character do we want to hear? Lucas. Oh. It popped on your stream screen. Your little guy. Oh, he did pop up. Oh, he's very short. I didn't even see that. We have alerts now. Stitch? I can't speak like... I have no idea. I know what Stitch sounds like, but... It was a VPG thing. Why was it so speedy? Maybe I can change that. I genuinely missed... I was gonna talk about it when it happened, and then I missed it. That's kind of sad. How does one talk like Stitch? Ohana means family. I can't do like the guttery throat thing. I want to. We gotta ask Fuzzy for help. Fuzzy can speak like Twitch. Stitch. I just pick him up and put him in front of my face. I wasn't even trying to add time. I was just trying to pop up. I see. Good job. Ohana mean I can't like Ohana means family. That's really bad. Fuzzy can speak like Twitch. Yeah. I got everything in my brain like went for a it's very back. Yeah, I can't do those. Oh my god, wait. I figured out why Fuzzy can't. Oh my god. Redeemed this card. It doesn't say anything. Dutch sounds, which Fuzzy is. Dutch words come from the back of your throat. Like but I don't redeem this card. Amazing. I also love that they're Easter team themed and we're like way past Easter. Uh Also trying to open Stream Elements, Stream Loots, or Stream Labs, all the my browser just decides which one it thinks I wanted because I type stream and then I end up dropped somewhere. It was this one. Can I edit how long it I don't think I can because it's an animation. Um Yeah, I can just add stuff to it. Maybe it needs to be bigger then. I straight up didn't see that. Whoops. Yeah, I can only change the size. I can add more elements to show up. I can add a sound. I can create a new variant. That's it. So person did say that they will do the 20th century part. I know they said it. It's just that nothing's happened, which is making me suspicious. Can I like preview this on my stream? I thought I could. But I think I can't like see how big I know there's no way I couldn't. I totally did that. I just don't remember how. They haven't even seen the message since the 7th of May. There's one person who hasn't said anything at all, which is concerning. Oh, of course they haven't. Yeah, I can just like click preview, but I can't actually preview it here. There was a way that I could because I was doing that when I was deciding how big they are, and apparently I made it too small. I'm so confused. Like, I swear. Is it totally not clicking preview? Or is there like a reason it's not previewing? Also, I totally can make the thing be longer. I just have to make this. There's a speed thing. Yeah, copy URL. I'm confused. I should be able to see this, but I cannot. I am confused. Wait, I have an idea. Oh. Can't even do my idea. Everything's closed. uh. Yeah, see, it's the name disappears really fast. Oh boy, yeah, I just unfollowed on my other account. Hee hee. Okay, now yeah, that was fine. That was big enough, and it was long enough, I think. Can I make all of them? I have to adjust the speed for all of them separately. That's annoying. Yeah, it's not too bad, I guess. I don't even understand how I missed that, like, completely. Also, I'm like 90% sure that the alert for tipping won't even work because it's not connected through Stream Elements. It's connected through Stream Labs. I'm a little confused as to why I can't easily preview it on the stream. I swear I could do that. Am I losing it? Feel like I am. Anyways. Whoops. I was adding that. I remember doing it. Maybe I'm hallucinating. Guess that could happen. Whoops. I'm 160 bits away from my bits goal. That's kind of cool. Oh, I have to go look at the cards and then it shows me the cards I have. I have an egg. I'm playing my egg. JQ wants you to speak like... What? I hate this card! This card sucks! JQ is not gonna speak. Like a random... I almost said creature. I still haven't figured out how to... Ohana means family. Ohana... That's kind of it! Bet your ass I won't be able to do it again. Ohana means... Nope. Almost it. Ohana means... I get the Ohana part, and the rest of it I can't get out. Ohana means... Because the way... In order to make that noise, I also have to make my tongue do a specific shape, and that shape doesn't work with the rest of them. With the power of being a mod, I exempt JQ from speaking like a random character. Nice. Wait, but I wanna keep doing the Stitch guy. Ohana... Nope. Ohana means family. Kinda lose it after the end. I just sound stupid. You wouldn't even be able to tell what I was saying if you had subtitles, let's be real. Ow. Thank you, shoulder. So close. The vibe's there, but I also just lose it too quickly. I can't continue it. Ohana is it. What other words can I say? That's kind of stitchy. Technically, you can't really tell what Stitch says either half the time, so I feel like it's only accurate if you can't really tell what I'm saying half the time. The marathon timer on the website didn't update because I didn't update the website, and it was like at 6 minutes or 16 minutes, and I was like, and I looked over there, and it wasn't, and I was like, what? I am not very good at impressions, in case you didn't know. I find them very impressive because I suck. Also, is it alright if I give you your gift on Friday, or do you want me to wait until the shared birthday celebration? I don't mind either way. That's totally up to you. I'm now stuck in this accent. Be tortured. I say that as if listening to me. I mean, hey, depending on the accent, listening to me in a specific accent could be torturous. It's probably not going to be this accent that tortures you, but it's physically possible, I'd say. Oh, I knocked something over. Our Hannah spammer. I can't get the bottom. I can't get the end of it right. I just go all. Oh Hannah. I lost. Oh Hannah. Spammer. Thoughts on my attempt? Oh yeah, I've talked about this on stream already, but I washed my hair yesterday and it was like really curly due to the fact that it was already kind of humid outside, and now it's very curly due to the fact that it's humid outside. That is one of the good things about humidity. But it's also kind of dark right now. I doubt you like there's not that much light on it. I doubt you'll be able to see. But I was styling it. Let me move this out of the way. I was styling it and I noticed how distinctly the back of my hair is shorter than the front. For some unknown, because it makes sense that the top layers of my hair are the straightest parts of my hair because they get the most sun damage, heat damage, and when you're laying against something, it's the top layers that get rubbed against it, which is why they're not actually the most damaged part of my hair, funnily enough. They're just the straightest because they're also the longest. The longest parts of my hair are on the outside because those grow. I also realized I haven't given myself a layers haircut in over a year, so all my layers are gone. It's all down here. It's all long. But if you can kind of see right here how there's like an end and then this continues. And this hair grows from the very, very back of my head. I mean, this one's actually higher up, not quite the exact back, but this is from the exact part of my head, back of my head. It is very curly. That I will give it. These behind my ears and stuff is the curliest bits of my hair. But it's also the most damaged. Like, look how short that is. I mean, that also has to do with the fact that it's curling up more, but like, even if I pull it kind of straighter, it's way shorter. And it feels like it genuinely just feels like it's all split ends. And to be fair, when I look at it, I have trimmed it a lot. That's probably why it's the shortest part of my hair because I keep trimming dead ends off of it. But it feels so like dry and crinkly. And I'm sad because this should be the longest part of my hair. My hair should be like this, not like that, basically. I mean, to be fair, I should probably cut layers in the top of my hair again, but I don't want to give up that length because this is now the longest part of my hair. Before, it was like, whatever. Longest part of my hair was usually roughly at my neck. Oh, the interruptions didn't go up. I'll make that go up. I got cake after all. I also got champagne and flowers, but we put them over there because there's no space on this desk. The strange noise that I heard was a champagne bottle being opened, and I was like, that sounds like a bottle being opened. But Dad did a really good job to keep it fairly quiet. I was very surprised. Wait, let's just run this again. It should. There we go. Don't know why it didn't go up before. I think it might be time to end stream. Because, well, now I want to go hang out with Dad a little bit. And also because, um, I wasn't even planning. No, I was planning to stream, roughly 3 hours today. But I also didn't think I'd actually do that. I thought that I would, like, start to, but then eventually be like, I have stuff to do. And, like, I have stuff to do, but it's my birthday. I don't want to do stuff. I mean, I was gonna have an exam today, so I guess this is better than that. Even if I'm just, like, working on stuff, but this one really wants to fall apart from the bottom. I also need to clean my windows. I was gonna do that yesterday. But some bird knocked into my window and there's a splash of mud. At first I was like, what the fuck is that? And then I walked outside and realized it was mud. And I didn't clean it because I forgot. So I'm gonna do that today because it's bothering me. I mean, to be fair, when I sit here, I can't see my windows for shit. My PC, my main monitor, and like the light are completely in my way. I can see like a reflection of the yard from the PC. That is really strongly bubbly. That sentence didn't make sense, did it? The bubbles are strong, is what I meant. I think. I don't know anymore. Because I don't plan. I wasn't planning on playing anything today because very strongly. Do you not think that that is like the best sentence anyone's ever said? Very strong, bubbly. Bubbly strong. Very bubbly. Very bubbles. Not very bubbly. Very bubbles. It's so bubble. uh, is it not very bubbles? Uh, why am I genuinely don't understand why. I mean, I feel like I say that a lot. I I guess I just get relaxed when I stream, so I get kind of sleepy because that does make sense. um I was gonna say something. A moment. I have Instagram notifications off and I haven't opened it today. And Z texted me, check your check your Instagram. I made a really cute collage and the um the emoji that like looks up is like annoyed. No thoughts on empty buffering? Yes. Accurate. I don't have thought. Actually, it's kind of rude of you to assume that I even have thoughts. I don't I don't know what thoughts are. So, joke's on you. I emailed a company. Not emailed. I contacted support for a company because they were I was constantly getting a pop-up that my email was invalid when trying to log in, except I would like go and check into my um into my email and I would like see that I had the login thing for it, and I was very confused why the fuck it wasn't working. Um I was convinced it wasn't me. I emailed them. First of all, I didn't hear uh back like ever. It's been like 2 weeks. Or I didn't hear back for 2 weeks. And then I got like an automated message and I was like, isn't it a little late for an automated message? But then the automated message had like another field for me to fill in to be like, hey, you want this is what why you were like emailing or whatever. Um and then I didn't receive anything after that, and it's been like 2 days since I sent that one, and is this company like ignoring my existence or what the fuck? Because I don't really get it. Also, I've been getting emails that are like not spam or anything like that sent into my like spam folder, and it it happened a lot lately. Like even also my dad is watching hockey, so he probably doesn't want to hang out now, which makes sense. He's tired. Would be nice to do something on the weekend, except I have exams to turn in, so like mm. Okay, my hair just got caught in that. I don't know if you could see that. But like I got an email that was sent from a email address that I've already like I'm having a stroke, guys. That I had already emailed back once. There we fucking go. Um and it still got sent to spam twice. I emailed them back and then they sent me a separate email and it once again got sent to spam, and I have no idea uh like what's up with that and why it does that, except it's continuing to do it, which like makes sense to me. I also couldn't get a interesting. like a reset code for my password because I was struggling with Adobe because for some reason it was like, hey, your organization requires you to authenticate your identity or something. And I was like, okay. And then I couldn't log in and I was like, that's um that's strange. Like why would it not work? Um like I'm convinced this is my password. Why can't I log in, guys? I even checked. I have it written down. I'm like, okay, fine. I'll just reset my password. But because the thing that I was like trying to log into was the little authenticator window, um, it wasn't working. Like it wouldn't. It was basically not letting me change my password, update my password through that window, which makes sense because it was basically acting like I was trying to steal someone's account. Like fair enough, I guess. It's kind of not a bad safety measure if the reason I have to log in is to authenticate myself and then I can't cuz whoop. That says Steam. Also don't need that timer anymore. That was for people that had most of them rechecked in. Is it this one? No, it's this one. I'm going. I understand why the changing of the password didn't work. What I don't understand is that even after I went on their website and tried to change my password from like basically being logged in and just change my password, being like, "Hey, I want to change my password." And it was like, "Okay, you have to type in your previous password." And I was like, "Okay, maybe I'll just like try to log in a different browser and try and do it." I get it. And it's like we're sending a link to your email and I'm like, my like actual email or like the email that the people created for me that I don't even think I have access to when I like got this account email. It ended up being my actual email. Um except the reset link didn't arrive for like a day, like literally a day later. And it's not, and it wasn't like the thing that Google has. I don't know if you know this, but Google has like a timer on resetting. You have to like wait like 6 hours to be able to reset your password or whatever. As far as I'm aware, Adobe doesn't have that. Adobe just kind of does stuff. Except it was like, hey, no email for you. And I'm sitting there like, I can't get into Adobe because now, before the pop up I kept not authenticating myself because I was busy. And every time I closed the pop up, eventually it would just pop back up, but it wouldn't like close Photoshop or anything, except this was the next day and I had closed Photoshop. And when I would open it, it would immediately be like, hey, authenticate yourself. And when I would be like, no, it would close Photoshop. And so I spent all of yesterday, no, not all of yesterday, this was a few days ago, not yesterday. Whatever, it was like right after I'd updated Photoshop. I couldn't get into it, and I was using Photoshop to create elements for my presentation. I was just like, cool, 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 cool. So you hate me, is what I'm feeling right now. Um, it wasn't, it was not nice at all. I didn't enjoy. I also just hate when companies have like subpar support, especially if something is like very clearly broken on their website. I had this issue with Pinterest. I know I've told this story on TikTok. I don't know if I've told it on stream, but basically, I have two email addresses that are like the same at, but they're at different domains. And I had used those email addresses to create a Pinterest account. Well, two Pinterest accounts. Nearly dropped my spring. And it's part of the site's horrible. Yeah, true. But yeah, I was trying to log in to one of the sites, and it was not working. Like, just no. And I was like, huh, that's kind of interesting. I wonder what's up with that. And it kept like logging me in to one of the accounts and not the other one. And I couldn't get into the other one no matter what. And they had the same password because they both had a very basic password, because this was like a while ago, back when I didn't, everything was the same password. Not everything. Things that I was like, this, I don't realistically care about this. So like Pinterest and like dummy email addresses and shit had the same password. I don't do that, by the way, ever. That's not, I have only recently stopped doing that, which is why I'm going to even talk about it, but yeah. So, I couldn't get in. I just kept being dropped into one of them, and it was acting like the other email didn't exist. I tried different devices. I tried on the website. I tried on the app. I don't even remember. I tried so many things. And then I was like, fine, I'll just contact support now, I guess. They took a while to get back to me, and the guy was literally like, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, "What do you mean? What do I mean? Like, this is the issue that I'm having. Help me fix it." And it took like three separate things of emailing back and forth for this man to even understand. I showed a glass. I'm sorry, I just saw a pop up that I hadn't realized. I showed this glass, and TikTok automatically was like, "Your live contains themes that some people might find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Reason: alcohol, tobacco, and drugs." There could be anything in this glass, but okay. Um, it's so bubbly. It literally, like, I don't, I shoot straight vodka. Doesn't bother me. Drinks that are too bubbly. I don't really like alcoholic drinks that are bubbly. I realized. Not a fan. Genuinely. I don't like the bubbles. It's not the alcohol, it's the bubbles that bother me. Isn't that weird? Anyways, whatever. I tried to get in contact with them, or no, I got in contact with them, and Garen, what was that? Anyways, and it takes like three separate emails for them to even understand what I mean, which was great, obviously. 10 out of 10, loved it so much. Um, then eventually, when I've like, you know, explained what's going on, this guy's like, "Oh, that's really strange." And I'm like, "You don't freaking say that's like, obviously it's fucking strange, bruh." And he was like, "I'm gonna have to like check in. I'm gonna get more info on this, and then I'll get back to you." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, like I don't know, a day later or something." He emails me back, and he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna send you a link, and you're going to reset your password through the like for one of the things. You can get into that account. That's fine. You're gonna use this link," because I had tried that before. That was the thing that I had also tried. I had tried just like resetting my password for one of them, and nothing was happening. It was still acting like it was the other account, like they were one account. So I I go and I click the link and I reset it, and it did work, thankfully. Except that password was auto saved in Apple, like in my Apple thing, and it would just like pop up and be like, "Hey, don't use this password." And I'd be like, "No, not quite." But it kept doing that. And one time, because I kept forgetting to update it because I'm yeah. And one time I automatically clicked, oh yeah, sure. Um, just can't speak. Just log in with like the automatic, and it still worked. I was logging in with the email that had to do with account B, except when I wrote in account A's password with account B's email, I still got jumped to account A. So whatever whatever they did to like fix that happening, it was kind of a band-aid, and it seems like the glitch was still there. They just they just kind of ignored it basically. So, well, not ignored it. They slapped a band-aid on it and they were like, "It's fine." And I don't know. I don't know how that happened. I don't know how that kind of glitch is like even possible. I don't I don't know. But like, okay, I guess. It was very weird. I still think that the fact that that glitch even happened was weird. Um, I've also had other I actually the worst customer service or customer support thing that I have had is with Adobe. To be fair, I can't even really say customer experience because, or customer support experience, because it wasn't actually a customer support experience, because the issue was that I just couldn't get in contact with customer support no matter what I did, because I was having this issue when I first got my PC over a year ago now. I was having this issue where I would download Creative Cloud, I would download all the Adobe programs, and then they just wouldn't run. Like I would get a pop up or whatever, not a warning, like a crash pop up basically, and they just wouldn't open. And I think either Photoshop or Illustrator would open, but nothing would like happen. And after a couple of like if I clicked around, it would give me the same thing, and Photoshop wouldn't even open. And I tried to get in contact with Adobe to be like, hey guys, what the actual fuck? Like, help? Um, Except they don't, I don't know if they do now, maybe they do, but back then, they did not have like a thing where you could contact them. And basically, anyway, I think there was a chatbot, if I remember correctly, except um, it didn't, the chatbot did not work. So, or like it couldn't understand my issue or whatever. And I was like, this is only an issue with Adobe, and I have deleted and downloaded like the whole Adobe suite again, trying to get it working. Hello, like help. And the chat, I'm pretty sure it was a chatbot, and it was just like ignoring the fuck out of me, like nothing was happening. And eventually I literally had to like reset my Windows on my PC because I basically decided that the most likely issue is that um that Windows had like a slightly corrupted download or something, cuz I was doing it without Wi-Fi because I didn't have Wi-Fi drivers in order to do it with Wi-Fi. Um and I couldn't get drivers onto PC without, yeah, whatever. That whole thing. So I'm assuming that it was just actually Windows, but the fact that I couldn't get in, essentially couldn't get in contact with Adobe no matter what I did, even though I was having an issue with one of their products, kind of nuts to me. Like that makes no sense. And what's even weirder is that if I was a paying customer, which I technically I am, but I'm not. Like I officially have Adobe and somebody pays for it, just not me. I have it through an organization. If I was an individual that was paying hundreds of euros a year for this service and I couldn't use it and I And my PC wasn't so new that I'd be like, you know what, I'll just reset it, like whatever, I'll just completely reinstall Windows. Even though you can reinstall Windows by keeping your files, but you still have to delete all your apps and stuff. It sucks. I know I recently did it for no fucking reason. Um, but yeah, like if I was a paying customer, I would be so incredibly pissed. Like I would probably I'm not sure if I would completely cancel because I don't really know um what's a oh my god, I can't. I'm having a stroke. Alternative. Oh my god. What's an alternative to Adobe? I don't know. So I have no idea what I would like go to if I was doing that. But boy, would I want to. Like genuinely, I would very much so want to leave and never give them a cent of my money again. Because what the actual fuck do you mean? You just like ignored me and didn't care that I was didn't care that I was literally like trying to get in contact with you for days, mind you. This went on for days. Having an issue, couldn't use your products, couldn't figure out what it was, couldn't do anything, and you guys just ignored me. And you thought that was like cool and whatever. How do you how do you do that? How does that happen? Also, I'm trying to read an I was trying to get a oh I was trying to get an answer to a inquiry from the people that I do my my links through and like the little website that pops up when you ask for commands, and they have some issues with connecting some of their mm, sorry, I don't understand this email. In fact, I don't understand. I emailed them because their integration with not TikTok, with Twitter wasn't working. I'm supposed to be able to like add um Twitter, how to explain that? Like my Twitter feed or my Twitter timeline basically into the links page, and it like wasn't working. And I emailed them about it because it's a feature on their thing, and they were like, "Oh yeah, it's not like currently available or whatever." I'm like, "What do you mean it's not currently available? Why did you like why do you have it then?" Mm. But I'm like, they sent me back an email about it, but I've yet to understand. Yeah, okay, the settings that. Oh, thank you so much for that follow and welcome to the fruit family. Corinne? Corinne O2? I'm gonna add that to the timer because, yay. I also didn't even, because I have chat covering basically my entire screen, I did not see if the alert worked this time or not. It seemed to be very short if it did. Thank you so much. I'm doing good. How are you? Just chilling, trying to read my emails. Well, no, I'm trying to see if if what they wrote in my email actually works or not. Because I'm still kind of confused as to what the fuck. Also, I use a email forwarding thing, like the one that Apple basically builds in for pretty much every single website. And sometimes this is actually quite common when websites send you that first like um verification email thing, it often goes to spam. And using the like mail forwarding or relay or whatever you want to call it, it is still supposed to relay uh messages that are spam or that go into any of the things. My verification emails never go to spam. Do I just have bad luck? I was trying to create the Twitch, because I have like 3 Twitch accounts technically, and I was trying to create my like backup one. I kept being like, why is Twitch not sending me like the verification email? It kept going to spam. Apparently I just have bad luck. Why are you too much, sweetie? I don't know what that means. I have no clue what that means. Gamer streamer or like just I am a variety streamer and I usually do gaming streams, but I do just chatting quite a bit too, and today is just chatting. Yeah, the reason I started talking about the verification emails is because um I was checking my email and I clicked on spam instead of drafts, and there was a bunch of stuff there. Just chatting. Do you not like my fancy drinking with my slinkies? I'm very sophisticated. I feel like this is the exact thing that my birthday stream needed to add that little bit of festiveness. What games do I play? A bunch. Um, what are even the last? I haven't streamed for a while now because I'm busy with school, and that's why today is just a chatting stream, and it's only a stream because my exam got canceled and it's my birthday. But the full list of games that have ever been streamed on the channel and that are currently being streamed on the channel actively is in my about section. Like 90% sure that the fix that this person just sent me will not work. They sent me like a list of things that I could try to see if it makes the Twitter thing work. The first one was very fucking confusing. In fact, I'm still kind of confused. Are you professionally? Oh. Interesting. I I stream when I have time. I'm a full-time student, so that amount of time is like a little um, you know, a little chaotic sometimes. Like currently, finals are more important than streaming, but I study glass design and I stream. Those are like pretty much the two things that I do. I don't like have a job outside of that or anything. I am in university and I study glass design. That is not even. Sorry, the one of the things that it told me isn't even a button. It's just like written text, and it tells me to the email says to click that. I'm just, okay. I mean, God gives you. Thanks. I don't think I don't. This is why I don't talk about religion. If I was trying to explain what my actual views are, especially to religion, like actually no, I'm gonna be honest. I have tried to explain exactly the things that I believe in. Um, like I can't speak. Nope, I lost it. What is wrong with me today? I'm so scattered brain. Anyways, I have tried to explain to like a very deeply religious person what it is that I actually believe in and what my views are and stuff. And they tend to get confused. I don't blame them, though. You're also a university student. What do you study? I'm a part-time member in Chase member as an artist. Oh, what is Futurix? I'm pronouncing that right? I doubt it. I keep opening Discord and then there's notifications about someone sending me like a friend request from a Discord I'm in, except I can't see any of it because I have streamer mode on. CS Field AI. Can you explain that? I have no idea what that could mean besides the AR part, which I'm not too jazzed about. You know, someone. This is kind of a like. I don't know if I want to tell this story. You know, people. The person that sent me the friend request. This is a very common thing that people do on Discord, which is that they make their Discord username. Like if someone's username was cheese, they add like a dot or another E or something, and then they make their display name the exact same one, and then they link a like successful streamers whose name that is like pages and pretend to be that streamer basically. And then like try to sell you things as like, hey, you know, you can gain like viewers or whatever. This person did that. That's so funny. Goodbye, bitch. Don't talk to me. I could report them, I guess. But I can I can only report I can't report their can I report their account but not like their I can. Mm. Ural is my company who gives some type of service to streamers or others, like art designing, digital marketing, promotion. Okay. What does what you study mean? Speech impersonation. So I put figure. There you go. There is a thing for impersonations. I should have been recording those guys for a while. I'm going my field in artificial intelligence. Oh, you like actually study working with AI. Can't say I love that. Especially as an artist that, you know, makes art that comes from my soul, I would say, and with my own two hands. I'm not big on AI in any field. I dropped my spring on the floor. Also, I just thought there's a new Discord feature and I don't know how it works, and I want to know how it works. I don't get it. Wait, do you like costume designing? I don't do it myself or anything like that. I work with glass and with oil paint, or my main two mediums. And I do things digitally for streams and for like mm, notice which field. As I said, I am a glass artist. I study glass art and glass design, and like I'm pretty sure the official name has like glass art technology in it, but I don't really call it. I wouldn't really call it. I can't speak. Dad or Apollo are like very um furiously opening or closing the fucking door. Probably can you check please? No, I will not be checking out your portfolio. Is that not? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's part of the chat rules. No self promoting. That includes showing me your art or your portfolio or anything like that, especially if I didn't ask anything about it. So, no. I want to know how this new Discord feature works. It's like linking. Got you some artwork page. No. I said no. One more message, and you're gone. I clearly do mind on account of the fact. What the hell is a Discord guild? I misspelled guild. I'm scared of comic being hang out. It's a very aggressive message. From Discord itself. So where are you from? I'm from Latvia. Doing that dance. I remember I have the most random song stuck in my head. I'm gonna have to do research on what the hell are Discord guilds because I want. It is a pretty nice place. It is a pretty nice place. How come you know it? I don't meet a lot of people that do. California, have you been? No, I've never been to the US, and I'm pretty much assuming I never will either. I don't really want to go any. I mean, I want there are things that I want to see, of course, but like it's not exactly a friendly place at the moment. So, whoop. No, I unless something, I mean, when the Cheeto stops being president, there's hope, but I have no idea what the next president will be like. I have no idea how much damage will already have been done to the country, because I would love to see like New Orleans, New York, every other place has fallen out of my. Some places in California, I guess, as well. Mainly New Orleans. It looks cool. I would love to visit. But oh, hello, Mark, with your little elf friend. Apparently, Discord guild tags have been a thing for a while. Except I've never seen them before, so I'm assuming that my account wasn't one of the ones that got it. Ooh, coconut. That's a hard fruit to pick. Uh, like, imagine trying to pick coconuts. What are the chances they would just like drop onto your head? The fruit picks you. Yeah, that is kind of how it works. Actually, that's pretty accurate. In this case, the fruit definitely picks you. You don't get a choice. All of Karen, all of my socials are linked uh in my about section. There's like a link to all of them. It's called Linky. Also, if I am on social media, I am JQE Fruit. I do not have a different at on any other on any social media. Also, fun fact that like realistically, having only one at should make it so that people are less likely to impersonate you, right? And I haven't like had any actual like impersonators. I myself have been banned on places for impersonating myself, which is like the stupidest thing I've ever heard. But okay. But someone did like this was on Instagram like a few I do not reply to DMs, so no, I will not. This was a few years ago on Instagram. Uh what was I doing? I was scrolling through my followers list and I was cleaning out back before Insta had like a thing where you could really quickly clean out like deactivated accounts from your followers. I was doing it manually. And I came across an account that had like my username, but it had an extra T at the end, and they were reposting my shit. But by I mean, to be fair, they had only I can't really say reposting my shit. They had reposted one of my posts, and their bio had like a link to my other account, to my art account. Uh it was instantly, the moment I saw it, it was instantly taken down by Insta, and it literally it had one other follower, and they didn't even have like a profile picture. But I thought that was the fucking funniest thing ever. But yeah, I feel like you can't. I've seen people who have like fairly large following, but they have, different usernames across their social medias. Let's say if you have one username on TikTok and a different username on Instagram, someone could use your TikTok username to create an Instagram and trick people. That would be very simple. It's also one of the reasons that I want my username to be the same on every single social media, because not only is it my brand and I don't want a different username, I love this one. I also don't want, like, I if you know my username, you can find me on any social media that you want, unless you don't want. um so I think it's kind of important. It's like important to me basically to have that. Bands on man. Need some tanks. Apparently, wait, what? Discord guilds are small servers and can have up to 200 members. I'm looking at a tag next to someone's name in a streamer server I'm in. And it has 600,000. Let that sink in. 600,000. Depends on what the sink has. The sink has to offer friendship forever. That is what the sink has to offer. So confused by the guild thing. What the fuck? Because I had a wonderful black market. Interesting. People wanted tags so bad. I had never seen tags until today. And now half the people I'm in Discords with have tags. Yeah, that I'm understanding. I'm also understanding that there's like some new experimental features going on with it. I'm still kind of confused, if I'm being entirely honest here, but the Discord made it to where everyone could have it. Except apparently not everyone can still make Oh god, that's so much. Okay, I have no idea if this article is genuine, because I can't find info on it on the Discord's website, but on February 11, 2025, Discord announced that the guild experiment would be ending soon, but did not explicitly state when the guild's experiment would be ending. They may make new standalone experiments for certain features of the guild experience. Also, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if someone actually paid that much. Like, it's an insane amount of money, but I wouldn't be surprised. Like, let's be honest, people are insane. I want tags. They look cute. Weird though. Everyone's wrong then. It was either removing them completely or making them available to everyone. Yep. There's something going on. But the thing, once again, I had never seen a tag before next to anyone's name. How is that possible? And now people that I've, like, Gwen has a tag. Never seen that before. Talk to Gwen a lot. I'm confused. Discord, help. Also, breaking this spring in half may or may not have made the best fidget toy ever because now I can connect them and do funky shit like that. I love how that turned into a link. Mr. Mark. Bond. James Bond. It wasn't meant to be funny. It still could was. I should get that domain. Simon. Lucas, no! Are you gonna are you gonna pawn Western history onto Mark? Speaking of which, Mark, what are you doing for school? What's going on with you, buddy? What do you got going on? You're looking for school? You know what we need to do? I actually had this idea. We need to go to like a restaurant or to just go hang out somewhere, and get some food and fucking catch up to what the fuck Mark is doing. And he can catch up on us, even though I'm pretty sure he's fairly caught up. But we need a Mark catch up. Like, I need like a guide. Lucas, you cannot do this to Mark. I feel like the reason why this presentation is so difficult is because I literally, food and friends. Well, yeah, food and friends are very important. We need to do more food and friends things. Oh my god, we should create a Discord server called Food and Friends that we just invite people that we know to, and that like people can add other people to, and we can just be like, just hang out with people, like meet new people that way. Food and Friends. Or that should be like it could be like an app. We can make an app that's like for making friends where you get foods. Get foods with friends. Uh. Oh, totally small assignment, you say. Very tiny. Not like big part of your grade or anything. Funerary stuff sounds fun, but I got Zvetk and 2 ads to do right now. Have fun. We have that and anatomy to do and a test that we need to. Well, we have an exam that got canceled and I'm scared. It has to essentially has to happen within the next week. Or like next week, not within the next week. And if it happens on Monday, I'm gonna be pissed because that means I'm gonna have to cancel my appointment and make a new one, and making the first one already sucked. And if it gets cancelled, the chances that um I forgot my sentence. I read a piece of text about fucking guilds and forgot my sentence. We had a lot of other stuff to do. I can't even say it's it's that bad. By this point you'd think we would learn. No. We are never gonna learn. Absolutely ever. Sweet doopy book though. Thankfully, next week we get to like chill, kind of. Kind of. After that, yeah, let's go catch up. Sounds beautiful. Perfect. Love it. Twitch, please stop autocorrecting my emoticons. It's so annoying. I hate it. June would probably be the best time. Yeah. I mean, after next week, it is June, basically. I mean, there's another week there, but it doesn't exist to me. Because next week and the week after that are very up in the air. Uh, I mean, next week, freedom, besides that exam and like going to school. um, and then after that, we start the Stoff, which is kind of scary. We start doing other stuff. We don't even know what we're really doing yet, which is why it's kind of scary. Mm. Two, four, six, eight, nine. I know you do. That's why I was just talking about generally. Um, what the fuck we got going on at the moment. I'm gonna go to. That doesn't sound so bad. One of my mutuals just invited me to a server, and I'm confused already. Ah, nearly dropped my spring. What is being set up in this video? Something cool. I never. Does that say soup? I need to check Instagram, because if I don't look at Z, then she'll kill me. I can't spell. Oh god, that I slightly zoomed in and I got like attacked by zooming in. That doesn't make any sense. You get the point. Z gets annoyed when you don't look at something for a bit, but then well, yes, but if I don't look at her Instagram story, it will be gone. So that's like kind of fair, I fear. God, it's so late today. Okay. I believe it is time for me to go do positive things, productive things. So, why did I open so many random tabs? Oh, right, I was trying to do the thing. The thing. The thing? Lucky if you hear something about a rave. I am not gonna hear anything about a rave. But still sounds. Words can't. Whatever. I do want to hang. We need to do some stuff with that. Anyways, I think it is time for the end of stream to do things, because if I don't finish that presentation today, I will die. I think. I fear it might happen. You don't know, it might happen. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me on my birthday. Thank you so much, everybody, for the birthday wishes. I hope you're having a lovely day. Make sure to follow me to be back, to be informed and be back for the next stream, because there will eventually be one when I'm done with exams. Join the Discord. You get either join the Discord or go follow me on Twitter for info about when the folk streams. Yeah, that's kind of it. I'm tired. I will see you at the next one. Bye bye, my fruit.